We are ready, yes. And we are back. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. The afternoon session of Formula Student Check 2025 is just about to start, Christian and Stefan. And this time we got two guests who we'll come back to in a second. But let's talk about first what is going to wait for us now.
Yeah, I think it will be a very, very exciting session. We've seen only exciting racing in the last days. Why should it be different now? I mean, if you think of anything, let me know, but I'm very excited for everything now. The track, plus minus 4 seconds, we mentioned it over the last...
Centimeters.
Sorry, of course, centimeters. Plus minus 4 centimeters, identical to the last year's, so also comparable to the last year's times. And yeah, I think we can speak a little bit about the weather, Stefan.
Yes, so we have beautiful weather today. I think the conditions are very, very good. Approximately 26 degrees, and the wind is turning up a little bit as it already began in the acceleration event. So this might be a factor here, but I think the conditions are almost perfect. So we will have some track evolution, so maybe there will be some faster lap times at the end of the race. This could be part of the strategy. Do you want to elaborate on that, Jonas?
Yeah, 700%. I mean, we saw it at the end already of the acceleration. Teams could not really quite match their times from the beginning of the morning session today. Definitely depending on the wind here as well. And this could also play a factor in the autocross. But I think before we dive into that a little deeper, let's have a look at the track. And this is also why we got our two guests here today. We got two experienced drivers on this track. We got Alexander from FastTube, who has driven combustion and electric cars here. And we also got Johannes from Neum Racing Graz, last year's winner in the autocross discipline. And what we're going to do now is we're going to have them commentate a little bit on what is important on the track, where you have to be on the line. And this is exactly right after they've just done the track walk.
Okay, then let's do it. Let's see what the drone gives us from visibility standpoint. No picture for us now, so let's just freestyle it then.
Yeah, it will come in a second. Maybe we wait for it for a couple seconds and then talk about the drone shot in a bit.
And we can ask some general questions first and pull them a little bit ahead. So one question I have, especially for you guys, because you were driving with PowerGround last year, what's basically the main difference? What do you expect on the track this year?
So PowerGround was very interesting because it was just one year where we had it and just 1 year to develop it and see just what happens. And really interesting things happened because for once, of course, it heightened the grip, but it also shifted the weight balance so much to the front that we basically made a drift car.
Yeah, before we have Johannes answering that question, let's have a look at the track, starting from the starting line of the autocross track.
All right. So in this autocross track, we have a flying start. So we will cross the starting line with pace and head right into a chicane. Before the chicane started, we had a little kink in the straight, which probably can be taken full throttle. Then we have this chicane, which goes up the hill. So we can expect more grip from this chicane than usual. And if the drone would go further up, we could see the next feature.
Yeah, I think especially this hill is something quite unique to the Czech track here. It's really heavy dependent on power as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And also one big problem I can see here is when you're going uphill the section, you cannot see the track anymore, and you just rely on what you saw on the track walk. That could be a bit hard to estimate the speed you need in the first corners. And what we see now is the right, left, right chicane, where it's also like a not minimum radius, but could be a problem for some cars. Afterwards, a fast right turn going into a sharp left, and on the right side also the tires, which are scaring a lot of us, I have to say. Going further into okay.
Yeah. We will pick it up there in a second. Now we got the first car on the track, E22 from Löwe. We've seen them really early on track as well on the skip and acceleration. And off they go. Good start, just as Alexander said, almost flat out there. Up the hill with a lot of power. The blind right-hander here.
Yeah, he looks right, like from the beginning, super confident.
Also the hairpin, no problem for this car. Now we're back downhill. Guys, what is important about this downhill section?
So the corkscrew is really, really difficult because there is so much banking in all directions, and also the slalom down. It's really hard to estimate what the car really does with the dog factory. I think that's a really, really difficult section. And afterward, the straight line, you really have to push down the hill and then coming to a hard braking zone.
KU Löwe now at the very end of the autocross track. Didn't seem like there were any cones hit here. And a clean first run, I think. Next car on track now, E05 from Stralsund. Hitting it off, Baltic Racing here. The time that E22 from Löwe pulled off was in 1 minute and 16 seconds. Decent time to start off, but I mean, we just had the driver of the winning car from last year here. I think we also remember that insane lap, 60 seconds, a little bit above 60 seconds there. Might not quite reach that time today, but still an incredible feat.
So maybe to set that into some context, the quickest lap around here last year without the power ground system that we already mentioned was very, very powerful and could create a lot of lap time loss. The fastest lap without was in 69.98, driven by Milano. Those guys are here too, so we're eager to see if they can improve that time and if there's another team that could beat it.
Yeah, that will definitely be the time to beat today. Baltic now also on the back straight here. Alexander, how's the flow of the late section of this track?
So the second half starts with this big, like, tennis racket, which I like to call it. It's like a big circle with a handle, and after that you have a lot of S-curves, like some a little bit tighter, some a little bit wider, but the overall flow is very steady and the average pace is very, very high. So you have to keep track not to lose the rear end at this point if you want to keep in high average speed.
E05 Baltic Racing now going for their second run. Their first one was a 1:22. 6 seconds slower than Formula Electric Belgium here. Surely trying to close that gap, maybe even overtake them on their second run. Whereas Formula Electric Belgium just did one run and then immediately went out. Why do you think that could possibly be, Stefan?
I mean, usually you want to go for 2 runs directly after each other. You get the driver in the mood, you get the feel for the car, for the track, and you put in a lot of heat in the tires. So your grip level enhanced by a lot on your second lap. With the Leuven now, this is a weird scenario where they decide to abort this tactic and to leave the track after the first run. Maybe they're seeing some potential, maybe they want to tune up their either control systems or maybe suspension because of the feedback that the driver gave. Could be any of those scenarios. Maybe we can talk to them later and find out what their reasoning was.
Yeah, totally agree on this strategy, but there's also some other topics. I mean, we already covered it. Post-scrutineering here is quite strict, and I think also this could be, again, the strategy for some teams to just set a lap early, to just check also if they are able to get through post-scrutineering afterwards.
Baltic Racing, meanwhile, posting a 1:18, improving by 4 seconds for their second run. Quite a big improvement here. But yeah, we were talking about quickest lap times. Last year, we've had around 60 seconds here. Question to the driver from Johanneum Graz Racing: what is your goal today in lap time to achieve here?
The thing is, last year we drove the track with active power ground, so we are not really comparable to last year. That's really hard to estimate, but I would say, yeah, probably like 8-10 seconds slower than last year, I would say. Should be.
All right, all right. So we're expecting times around 67, 68 seconds. Yeah, excited to see what we can do today here.
Yeah, perfect. This also now gives us a kind of a range what we can maybe expect and also measure against. This is quite good information we got here.
100%, yeah. Yeah, it will be a little quieter at the beginning of the session still. We mentioned already track evolution will be a thing. What is the strategy that teams that want to achieve really, really good times want to go for here?
Yeah, as you can expect, the strategy would be that you wait as long as humanly possible, but not too long for the autocross actually to close on you before you can get in a good run. So ideally you want someone to clean the track for you and lay some rubber and then take full advantage of that.
Yeah, Johannes, can you second that?
No, that's absolutely the strategy to go today. Yeah, and as you already said, there's also possible that, I mean, it would be unfortunate, but if somebody crashes and you lose the time, and then you maybe cannot get to your time. Yeah, so as late as possible, but always.
Yeah, within reasons. Okay. Yeah, it's just about finding that sweet spot again of being there at the best time. Also dependent on the wind again here, so will be super, super interesting to see what the team's strategy will be.
Okay, in the meantime we see car number 25 proceeding to the starting line. And as Alex already mentioned, the start here is a flying start, so the time actually counts only in, I think 10 meters after the start line. So we see a more conservative first run.
And as we mentioned, it's hard to climb that hill. The elevation doesn't really show in the video. It's actually quite steep, and so the car is somewhat struggling to get up there. It hit one cone, and the turning radii are hard to get for the car. So they actually do this really conservative. But now they can hit the throttle in this wide left corner.
Iazi in the back end of the circuit, that big slingshot that we just mentioned came to a stop almost there, hitting a cone at the exit of it, hard braking zone here, and now on the back straight. I'm happy that the car is still running because that's always a big issue if the car stops at the very end of the track. Very, very often, the teams cannot get the cars back in time for another run. But this doesn't seem to be an issue here. First combustion car through the finish line. And they're going straight for their second run. 151, the first run.
Yeah, driver looking directly more confident on the second one.
Yeah, that's another thing. You know, in autocross, you can see the driver leaving a little bit of a space to the cones, especially in the slalom. Of course, you don't want to hit any, as 2 seconds in autocross can hurt you really, really bad.
And it looks like they have a little bit of trouble, as we already had explained by our driving experts, that the corner on the top of the hill can actually be quite challenging for the cars. And it looks like it's still going.
Here, down the hill, there's also some very narrow sections that I have to tackle kind of slowly to avoid hitting the cones. Still faster if you not hit the cones.
Yeah, I think historically one of the tracks that we could see more cone hits on than on some others. And Iazi, it seems like they're in trouble again, stopping there. Marshall's running to them. Let's see if they can get the car going again. There they go. It seemed like they were back, and they are.
They are, of course, allowed to continue, but unfortunately this lap probably won't be the faster one, even though the driver started with way more confidence and way more speed at the beginning. Oh, and the car comes to stop again.
Yeah, super odd. At first I thought it was, after the downhill section, car coming to a stop. Who knows how the fuel system, their tank, stores the fuel in.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of a problem that a lot of combustion cars over the time also experience. That when you run too low fuel amounts, in some corners you just can't feed the fuel pump anymore, and you just have a lot of reduced power. But yeah, this is not sure if this happened to car 25.
Yeah, it seemed like it also happened on the straights for them. But yeah, they still finished the run. TU Ryzheshnov, PRZ Racing, now going for their first run. Filip Czurczak.
If I remember correctly, they are the top-ranked Polish electric team at the moment, right, Jonas?
Yeah, I think so too, right now. They're the top ranked one. They took out a cone at the very beginning of the slalom. And this is also something that I imagine is pretty hard to deal with as a driver. You know, you realize that you hit a cone at the very beginning of your run, and then you still have 50 seconds. You know you're in trouble a little bit. You know you get 2 seconds added to you, but you still have to be focused for at least another 50 seconds here.
Yeah, this is also a very interesting question what you then do as a driver. Obviously, you don't want to lose motivation because you want to learn in the first run as much as possible and also heat up the tire, heat up the whole car basically to just get into the flow, get into the rhythm, and then execute on the second.
It takes a lot of mental strength to be a driver regardless. I mean, you know that all of your team is looking on you, that you're driving the work of the last months, and there's a lot of responsibility in that one. You really need to get into the groove and forget that. So if you're making mistakes and hitting cones, you need to have that mental strength to actually overcome this. And you of course always have to consider that all of those drivers are amateurs. They are students as well. So there's a big mental challenge in this sport as well.
PRZ Racing, 127 in their first run, but going out of the dynamic zone, not going for a second run straight away, which is a bit surprising, but maybe the driver just felt like something was really, really off there. Yeah, so as mentioned, the usual strategy is to go for a run, learn as much as possible, heat up the tires, and then go for a second run straight away.
Yeah, I mean, Jonas, this is also what we in our previous team basically did. We had some exceptions. I think when I remember correctly, during the COVID times, we sometimes in 2021 had events where it was allowed that one driver is driving more than 2 disciplines. So that was a little bit, yeah, in general you had a different approach on the driver's side heading into an event. But yeah, I think since this is obviously over, the strategy is normally go to a second run with, yeah, warm tires.
And there's the car that did not follow this strategy. Leuven back again on track.
Yeah, E22, Formula Electric Belgium. We mentioned already that they got quite a bit of testing time in this year. Good for them. Seems like they've built a more reliable car than in previous years, which was one of their main goals.
And what I really, really like, what you can see here, the drone shot of the car, because when I remember as a spectator here, also the guys standing down the straight, you're always waiting for the car to show up afterwards, like after the hill, after the downhill section. And yeah, you're hoping that nothing happens while you can't see the car. So the footage we have here is extremely, really, really good.
Yeah. Seems like the driver is definitely more confident than on their first run. But it's not an improvement for E22. The 1:16.98 stands as it is, and is still the time to beat here this afternoon. But again, that is also one way to tackle this autocross session. I mean, you know, you set a time already, and now you can basically just relax and react on what the other teams are doing. If you see that the track is really good later in the afternoon, then you just send your second driver out. If you see that it's getting worse, well then you already got a good time in.
Yes, I think we should take in consideration that all of these cars are not as reliable as we sometimes think they are. They are student built, they're tested for a few kilometers only. I mean, the Belgium guys, they said that they had a lot, but there still might be some issues, there still might be some problems that come up, and you might run into an accident, for example. So if you wait too long for the track evolution, for the rising temperatures, you might even get into a situation where your car breaks down on your first attempt and you can't even make it to the second one. So this is usually something to keep in mind.
Yeah, Stefan, this is actually a very, very good point, because the cars are not that reliable as we might seem. So what does that mean for the driving strategy in the end? Like first driver, second driver. I mean, if you are gambling and you have a problem, Jonas?
Yeah, you could be really screwed, to be honest. I mean, obviously, as Stefan already mentioned, these drivers are amateurs as well. Very often a team has one better driver than the other one. So you want your faster driver in the autocross to be obviously on the track on the best time. But if the car breaks down on the second lap of your first driver already, well then this could definitely screw your whole strategy.
So in an ideal world, you want to have your faster driver being the second one, so the first one can gather some experience, maybe you do some setup changes, and afterwards in perfect condition, near the end of the session, you can let your second driver in the car. But as we already mentioned, this is a gamble, and you don't know if you can make it at that time, you don't know how the queue will be, because usually we have very few cars at the beginning. We've seen just 3 of those run within our first 40 minutes, and at the end of the session, usually queues are very, very full, so you might even not even get your attempt in. This is something to consider for the teams.
Yeah, that also means if you're with a second driver gambling, your driver does not have priority in the starting line. So when you, in theory, left up your whole run to the end, you are basically, yeah, can just go directly through and just don't have to wait as long as the others have.
Absolutely the right question. We've seen multiple times teams just not being able to finish their runs at the very end of a session, and therefore potentially missing out on an improvement and definitely points. And yeah, we mentioned before already that you can't really make out a favorite here because it's so close in at FSCZ 2025 between all the top teams and also in the midfield. So definitely you can't really allow yourself any mistakes.
Yeah, exactly. And this is also why I think we expect to have a lot of late running, because everyone wants to have the perfect conditions, and this is just because they need to take risks to be on top here.
Question in the chat just now, if a time sub 1 minute is possible. Honestly, I don't think so. I don't think we will see that today. We talked with Johannes already earlier, but what do you guys think?
No, I totally agree with you. The track is identical. We had last year also, I think, perfect conditions. And yeah, also the team from Graz expect their car to be slower without power ground devices. So yeah, Stefan, different opinion?
No, not really. You've already heard some estimates on what the top times are going to be, and I think we're somewhat in a ballpark of 68, maybe 67 seconds. I don't think we're going to push to under a minute here.
Yeah, personally, I believe the top contenders will be at 104, 105 here. I mean, we've seen combustion cars going below 70 seconds here, and also quite a few electric cars without power ground going below 70 seconds. So I certainly believe that, you know, with this big of a field, especially also, we've mentioned a couple times, teams high up the world ranking list, I believe that it's definitely within reach.
Yeah, and I mean, the development race didn't stop, right? So even though the power ground devices are banned, improvements did still happen.
So to answer that question from the chat, is the track really absolutely identical to last year? Yes, it is. And that's the cool part about it, because you can actually compare how your car did last year and how it did this year, where the improvements were. So this is the idea of FSCZ, to provide something very, very similar, almost identical, to see the evolution of the Formula student vehicles on this track.
Yeah, meanwhile, E44 from Deggendorf on the track. Again, hitting the track rather early, as we've seen them doing in the disciplines before. Clean uphill section there. Maybe a little bit careful there at the entry of the downhill section. And now down to the slingshot. Here it's really important. It's getting tighter and tighter and tighter until it opens up into a right-hander. It's really important to have a lot of confidence in your car, also a lot of stability. You don't want any oversteer at a random moment there and get a snap. That will cost you a lot of time there, especially with the speed you're carrying around. Clean from Deggendorf so far. Over the finish line, finishing their first run. And they are also going for their second run directly. Question in chat, are there any drivers for the second year in a row? Well, certainly we just had 2 on, right?
Yeah, I mean, we just had 2 on stage answering us a lot of questions. And yeah, I think this is definitely something that's happening here. A lot of teams also experience with the car, but we also have some teams being here for the first time.
Niklas Friedel-Mittler, in the meantime, back on the hill. Getting around the corner that is super tight with ease.
Oh, that looked like an oversteer moment down the hill.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too fast there. Didn't account for the downhill there.
Yeah, this banking makes it difficult to find actually the breaking point, uphill and downhill, because it completely shifts.
Yeah, that section is super, super hard to test for the teams as well. You know, like most of the drivers have no experience at all in conditions like that.
Yeah, so it's definitely an advantage if you have driven here basically the last years already, while we see Deggendorf approaching the finish line.
Huge improvement there, 6 seconds off the first run. Even with that moment there, still P3 for them, but congratulations on finishing your first runs here. And we also got PRZ going for their second run with their first driver. We've seen Philip already going for a run before, and the cool thing here is that we can also monitor the heart rate.
Yeah, we've seen that already in the skid pad once with the heartbeat of 125. Now it's higher.
So I guess Philip is excited here, excited to take the next run, or he's just exhausted from the one ahead of time.
Wow, this will be cool to see what happens when he starts driving.
Yes.
Honestly, I just think he's in the zone. You know, getting your heart rate up here is definitely crucial.
Do you think there will be difference during the track, specific corners? Can we see that? What do you think?
Well, I'm interested if the tight radius turn on the top of the hill, where it just goes straight into the tires if you mess it up. Maybe that creates some fear in the driver and drives his heart rate up.
.127, his first time. Heart rate above 170 now.
And hitting some cones, trying to get the entry in the corner as wide as possible, and therefore, unfortunately, hitting some cones. Downhill section. Good rhythm.
I think he's in the flow, but you always need to put in some work to actually drive those cars, so it's actually exhausting.
Do you think that influences them even on the first run?
Jonas, you mean driving the first run?
Philip now on the back straight. Two turns to go. Over the finish line. Heartbeat of 182. We're going to compare that to other drivers.
Yeah, and you could already see that this is increasing after your start. Obviously, you have a lot of physical exercise working in the car, but also I think the adrenaline of just having the pressure, driving on the limit with a car on a track you only walked before. Yeah, it's quite...
Yeah, definitely. Huge improvement for him as well, 122.2. Still in P4 though, but closing the gap to the first time, which is still our benchmark, the first set time from the day, Formula Electric Belgium. The next car that we can see in line is E95 from Chalmers from Göteborg. On their way to the starting line now.
Stefan, you can hear on the Chalmers car already the fans going full throttle. Can you explain why they do it?
Well, there's different cooling systems on board probably. Let's have a look.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. The car's a lot of oversteering in this first slalom section. Looks clean upwards to the hill.
Car looks super agile
Oh.
around these corners, just completely.
Yeah, those tires usually warming up super quick as well, but that little moment at the beginning could have also been because of the tires still not on their operating temperature here.
Yeah, I found it very impressive that he, even though never even touched a cone in that passage. So now I jinxed it. One cone down in the slingshot section.
Still looks a little bit oversteery, but I think he's getting into the rhythm.
Looking at that car, navigating those narrow corners, it's just super, super impressive. Feels like the car does exactly what the driver wants it to do, especially on the front axle.
And maybe coming back to your question, Christian, we do have a lot of thermal management on these cars, and we're probably hearing the fans of the tractive system motors, maybe inverters, to keep those cool, because the high power in autocross generates a lot of waste heat that has to be removed from the car, and therefore they already try to cool down those motors as much as possible.
Stefan, before we come back to that topic, we've actually seen a new benchmark now, 1:13.65. Getting closer to the 72nd.
And the car looks a lot more planted on the rear, going up the hill.
Yeah, tires warmed up, driver knows the track now, more confidence. Downhill section, just throwing the car around the corners. Is that the same cone again as in the previous run?
I don't think so, but close. Oh, and he... this was an off track.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, this will not be an improvement, I guess, in this lap.
Yeah, Alexander there overdid a little bit, got confused, it seems like, with where the cones are, even though he managed it fine before. Maybe also influenced mentally by the cone that he's hit before. No improvement there for car E95 Chalmers Göteborg.
But now we see car number E90 approaching the starting line. Milano.
Last year's third place in autocross, showing off what they can do this year and how much they have improved.
Yeah, Milan, one of the teams that went below the 70-second mark last year. So super exciting to see if they can repeat it here. No cones so far. Their goal definitely to be in a better position overall than last year, which I mean for finishing third, there's not many positions that you can be at to be better than that.
Yeah, I mean this is definitely indirectly saying they want to compete for the win here, and car looking good so far. We didn't see any cones yet, so let's see. I think to achieve that, they definitely have to also be under the 70 seconds this year again. And yes, at least we have a new best time.
Yeah, that's definitely a strong showcasing already, but also shows how good the first time of Chalmers was. Let's see if the driver can improve in the second run. We've seen improvements of 4 to 6 seconds even here sometimes. I think realistically for the more experienced drivers, 2 to 3 seconds overall is quite realistic here. So we might be beating the 70 seconds here already. It's already their third competition this season. They went to Switzerland and FS Austria first.
The tight radiate turns looked very impressive. Probably their torque vectoring that just rotates and throws the car around. Really impressive. And this slingshot section is where your aerodynamic devices come to a very big play, because you feel the downforce pushing you into the ground as you go faster and faster in that ever-closing turn.
Yeah, and you need to have a lot of confidence also in the rear of the car. Otherwise, because of the changing radius, it's kind of difficult to stay on the limit in this corner.
Milan here, almost finished now, while C98 from Oulu is on the track. Let's have a look at Milan's time, and it's a 1:10.7. Not quite beating their time from last year, but definitely on still somewhat of a green track, showing where this autocross will go to.
Yeah, it's super impressive. I mean, directly in the beginning, setting a time like that, super good.
Yeah, maybe we wait for the one, because we have the driver from car number E22 here, the Leuven, and he's going to walk us through their strategy. So maybe introduce yourself, you can tell us what's your name, and then afterwards explain on why you started so early in the session, what was the idea behind that, why did you do it on?
Yeah, we started early because I'm a first-year driver. I'm the first year in the team, so I'm a bit inexperienced. We also have our second driver, Nathaniel. It's already his second year in the team. He has driven here also last year. We also had a bit of motor issues during the other events, which we didn't really get solved. So our strategy was a bit, I go in early for 2 runs. We check the data, see if we can fix the issue, just to set 2 banker laps. Now we are back at the pits. We're changing a bit of setup and then waiting to go out again with the second driver.
Would you and your team consider yourself the faster driver or your second driver?
I guess we can say that the second driver is faster. He also has like a bit of karting experience. He has his own kart. I just do hobby karting, let's say. So I'm not afraid to admit that.
Yeah, in the meantime, we saw car number C98 in the combustion category actually hitting a cone on the second run. So this obviously means penalty of 2 seconds for the lap. But other than that, looking very confident.
So maybe the last question to the driver from Leuven. What exact problem were you facing during your second run, and how is your team now going to work and fix this problem?
How we will fix it, we're not sure yet. We're trying to figure it out, but it's a strange problem. The problem exactly is that when I started the second run, so like 5 meters after the finish line, our rear right motor threw an error, so it was not giving any torques or power anymore, so I was running on 3 motors only.
I think we couldn't make that out in the ballots just from seeing the car. So impressive driving, really good job, and I'm hoping to see a car soon on track back again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys. And in the meantime, we've seen a new leading time for the combustion category, 2 actually. So Ulu, as Christian said, C98 going for 1:21, and then improving another 4 seconds in their second run, but hitting that 1 cone.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately they hit a cone, but still I think the improvement is enough to be even a better lap than the first one. So yeah, we've seen it, that sometimes even though you gain that much confidence that even a cone can't hurt your time that much.
Yeah, Ulu, the Formula Student Romania or Formula Student Balkans in the competition in Romania winners. Definitely one team to account for in the mix for the win of the combustion competition. Next car in line now, E78, TU Hamburg Ignition.
And we also have some not very good news from car number E75. Looks like they got disqualified and the post scrutineering because there was an issue between the connector of the steering rack and the tie rod. So yeah, this is obviously not the news you want to hear.
Yeah, super sad. Sad for them definitely, but also shows how important it can be to set a lap time early, see if there's any issues with the car in something else than the skip and acceleration, and possibly fix it while you still got time.
Yeah, this is like you can say this is basically the advantage they have now, all the positive things of it. So they can actually, they found a weakness and they have time to improve it for the second run and also for the endurance tomorrow.
E78 Hamburg still getting checked there by a couple of officials. They're still in discussions here. And yeah, I mean, Christian, we spoke to a couple of scrutineers in the lunch break. They told us already that, you know, now that everything is just in one queue, they are going to inspect everything, as they should, quite narrowly. Was super interesting to hear.
Yeah, definitely, because now you can obviously have all the scrutineering resources, all the people being focusing on one discipline. So this is, I think an additional challenge for the teams.
Definitely, and this could lead to not just mechanical problems, but also electrical ones. Stefan, what are the usual checks for electrical post-scrutineering?
There are a few different options here. Usually, what is a very quick, important, and usual check is the functionality of the IMD. So this device monitors whether the battery has enough isolation resistance. You can really easily check that, that it still opens the shutdown circuit and turns the low voltage system, the high voltage system off. And the TU Hamburg goes into the first run. We'll continue with the post-scrutineering checks later.
Yeah, long braking zone there before the first chicane. The driver obviously is still checking what the grip level of this track is. You know, all these drivers, they were not participating, or most of the drivers were not the ones that were running in acceleration or skid pad. So it's their first time, unless they've been in the track practice area, obviously, to check what the grip levels on this event site are.
So they only had the track walk to know the layout of the track, but of course it's very hard to evaluate the grip levels, to evaluate the amount of dirt on the track, and this even changes, so you gotta actually somewhat predict on what point of track evolution we are at right now, and therefore where the limit is. So this is hard to do, especially for those amateur drivers.
Yeah, and I think definitely one thing also is that we are, like in a team, obviously. So if you have one driver that can give good feedback to the second one at the moment there.
Yeah, sorry, Christian. We just saw Hamburg on the very last chicane, overdoing it a little bit there. Kind of sad for them. But then again, it's their first run. 1:17 here. It seems like he completely missed the braking zone there, showing his team that he's going for the second run now.
But
definitely he knows what he needs to watch out for there.
On the other hand, he tested the limits, and now he knows where those are, and maybe he can incorporate that into his driving style on the second attempt.
Of course, the car. You can already see it braking late there in the first braking zone, up the hill. And it looked like there was some kind of unwanted deceleration there.
This cone looked out, Jonas.
It did, yeah, indeed.
I think that track width is a little bit larger than most of the cars. This might give them a little bit more stability when cornering, but it makes it hard to make those very narrow sections and the tight radii. So this is why the driver has to be extra careful.
Yeah, and you can lose so much time in these tight sections. Especially when your car is not really turning, or maybe the steering radius is just too big.
Yeah, as our guests earlier mentioned, in this section it's just super important to keep high average speed. Look quite smooth for Hamburg here. Let's see if they can get in the mix into the top 3. Cardiff, C2, meanwhile, on track. Next combustion car. Hamburg with a 1:15.28, putting them on 3rd place for now. Aaron Farmer here on the downhill section now. Pretty cool picture there with the sunglasses. I wish we had the heartbeat monitor on him here to see if he's actually that cool in the track. Keeping a little bit of a safe distance here to the inside cones, not risking it too much. But again, it's his first run.
So yeah, this is testing the limits, testing what the car can do, and testing how much you can push it to get into that rhythm, get into the mood, to feel your car, and actually then deliver on the second one. Good job.
And it is an improvement compared to Ulu's time, 1:15.58.
So
Aaron Farmer here going for the second run now.
that's a provisional P1 for Cardiff, and we'll see how much they can improve.
Now very close to the cones. Stefan, you might have been right here. He was testing limits in the first run. That chicane looked super smooth there. Nice hairpin. Not getting carried out too much. Little bit too deep in the braking on downhill section. Into the slingshot now. And on their way back now. Hard braking here. Nailed it. Meanwhile, next combustion car on track C96, the hybrid car from UPB Drive. Cardiff over the line. We didn't see any cones that were hit at the very end, and this could very well set a new benchmark in the combustion class, 1:14.28.
We already heard that team members celebrating, and you can be proud of that time. Absolutely and successful, even increasing that distance to number 2 in the combustion category.
Yeah, Stefan, you're absolutely right. Really, really good effort there. But it also shows that the driver was already quite far on the limit in his first run with an improvement of a mere 1 second in the second run. This is usually something we see with the more experienced drivers, you know, who don't need that much time to adjust to a new track and who can just give it all on their first run already.
That's right. Maybe they already had a lot of testing with that car, so the driver actually knows where the limits of the car are and can push those already in the first lap. Bucharest right now, still no cones, clean section, coming back towards the stage. This is a lot of medium speed corners here.
Over the line, first successful autocross run for Uni Bucharest. And Pforzheim E79 also on track. Stefan, it's still so weird to me to see or to hear the Pforzheim car, to actually hear it, because you couldn't at all earlier.
Yeah, oh, the Pforzheim car is struggling to make that turn.
Wow. This is super unfortunate. Exactly what we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
That hairpin up the hill will give some teams some trouble. Also, the tires on the right side will scare a couple teams away.
Exactly, you can't mess that one up. The cone is the one thing, but there's just 30 centimeters or so towards those tire barriers, so you don't want to ruin your front wing in that.
Another oversteer moment there. Yeah, the driver losing a little bit of confidence there in the slingshot.
But yeah, you were mentioning that you can actually hear the car now. It came to a short stop, but it started again. I think the new motors not only make the car sound way better, but I do see that there's a lot of performance gained. So actually great effort that the team put into that car.
Yeah. Finishing their first run now. Unfortunately, came to a few stops or close stops.
What's your opinion on the livery? I actually love that one. The rose quartz themed pink livery, super cool.
Yeah, I quite like it. Pforzheim going for the second run now. Yeah, you know, that's the cool thing. You know, some teams, they're just changing up the livery every year. But honestly, I'm a little bit of a fan of cars being recognizable from the get-go. You know, there's some teams, you know, you see a yellow and black livery and you know it's K Racing, which is something that I quite like as well. But yeah, whatever each team likes.
That's right.
Another cone hit there with the rear wheel. It's another one. The car seemingly to have issues on tight left-handers there, hitting cones in both of the turns. I think the first one wasn't actually out of the box, but the second ones definitely were, and he also managed to hit some with the front ring on the other side of the tires again, but stayed clear of the barrier.
Yeah, the downhill section afterwards was driven with a lot of courage, and also the slingshot, you really, really have to trust your ability to control that vehicle, even with that high amount of downforce in this high-speed corner.
Their first time was a 1:26.01. Similar as we've seen from car E75 from PRZ Racing. Let's see if they can beat them in the second run. And we also see the second Swedish team on track going for the first run, while the car from Pforzheim unfortunately slows down again just before the finish line.
Tractive system is still on. This seems to be an issue with the inverters. Now it's off, so probably the driver shut down the system and is restarting the car. We'll see if he's able to do that. Yes, he is.
Yellow flags being waved. What does that mean for the car of Lund now?
If the yellow flags do impose a time penalty on their run, then they are allowed to do a rerun and can queue for another attempt. I don't think so, because Pforzheim has already cleared the track, and I think Lund is not hindered by the Pforzheim car.
Lots of Swedish fans there at the end of our alley here in the middle, showcasing how proud they are of the car they've built. Look over the finish line. Luckily not impeded by Pforzheim. Let's wait for the time, but we also could see that they're going out of the dynamic area, not going for a second run here. So next car on tracks, seemingly Munich Motorsport. Oh, still no time here from Lund.
There is a time, but I don't think that's plausible, so there must have been a mistake. I think we can correct that in a few moments. The team members are celebrating this insanely quick lap time, and take that moment. I think we get the correct time shortly. Regardless, I think this was a very performant run, so I think you can be proud of that.
Yeah, instead of Munich, who is still in the pre-inspection, we got car E05, Baltic Racing, Simon Schumann on the wheel, going for their third and fourth run with their second driver.
So yeah, that's an early third run. We were discussing the strategies already, and I think Baltic Racing is playing it safe here, getting those 4 runs in, or maybe at least the third one when they can, when the queue and the track allows it. So just to be safe that they are set in stone and ready for tomorrow's endurance.
Yeah, Baltic Racing, time to beat for them, 1:18, 2 seconds off the top 5 right now. Just off Formula SAE in Belgium, and he hits a cone. Understeer there, in the slingshot. Munich also underway now. Launching off super fast.
Last sector for Baltic looks clean, just a few corners left. Car looks a little bit understeery.
Yeah, you're right, Stefan. But that's definitely one of the things that we've noticed, you know, like the tires that they use, it just takes a little longer to heat them up, those 13 inches. And I'm sure that the car might be a little bit more balanced in their second run here.
So it's the 1:23 for Baltic Racing on the third attempt. That's not an improvement, but like calculating in the usual improvements that drivers do from their first to their second attempt, they might get an even better time that already stands on the table.
And Munich also gets it wrong. Exit of the slingshot. As mentioned before, it surprises a few drivers how tight and how narrow it really gets there. Run looked really, really fast up until there. I think this could challenge Milan for the 70-second barrier. And he spins! He spins on the very last braking zone. Car pulling to the right. And yeah, that's definitely a tough one, you know? Like you go to the right and you have to brake immediately for a fast left-hander and just get it right. We've seen so many drivers in the past just hitting a cone at the very end of their autocross runs, which is especially frustrating.
Sure, but I think driver and car showed us what they can do, and if he just does not lose the confidence here, I think he can make it on the second attempt in a way quicker time.
Simon now getting cleanly through the section that he had issues with earlier.
Medium speed corners right there. They're taking it clean. Oh, there's one cone. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, just what we just talked about, right, Stefan? Hitting that cone at the very end. Really unfortunate. And yeah, unfortunately, we seem to have some timing issues here. Also, the first run of Baltic seemed to have been not correctly measured, at least from what we can see. Munich, in the meantime, in the same section that and they hit the cone again. It was way closer this time. Thought he just had it under control with the right rear wheel. Maybe the driver doesn't even know yet that he hit that cone, which, you know, can surprise him at times. You don't really see when you hit cones with your rear axle. Over the line, Munich Motorsport in their second run. On the other hand, we got the defending champions here, Simon for Gerber Motorsport.
He takes a wide approach to this very tight corner, and I think he makes it through really quick, so this probably is the better racing line there in comparison to what we've seen from many other cars.
Yeah, you can hear the car up until here on the stage, even though it's at the very furthest section from us.
And we got a question in the chat. Are the displayed times corrected for cones? And the answer is no. These are the official lapped times, so not the corrected ones.
Yeah, let's hope we get the official lap time from car C10 here. So we've had some issues last couple runs here. The run looked clean. Also getting it right in the last section here. Maybe a little late on the throttle. Coming out of that last turn. But successful first run.
And they are directly going for their second one.
Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, no time yet. Server Motorsport now blasting into their second run. You can see how much power that car has got up on the hill. Little bit cleaner here in the hairpin this time. On the downhill section now, nailing the braking point. Looks very smooth for now.
Also they are good to the outside and then tight turn in and...
Yeah, this is exactly what we've seen with Munich before as well. This thing should just get so tight at the very end. But you'd think that, especially considering it's his second run, that he has that part nailed down now. Unfortunately not for him.
Yeah, this is really, yeah, unfortunate to see. But yeah, he's also obviously not pushing anymore.
Yeah, going off the throttle there a little bit at the very end. This won't be an improvement.
But the team's still cheering, so good team spirit there, definitely. I mean, mistakes can happen, and I think to compete here in the top, you need to take a risk, also from a driver's point of view.
Yeah, Christian, and even if you didn't improve your time, it is still valuable experience, I mean, for tomorrow, for the endurance race.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the track will change a little bit, but not that much.
Next car in the first run queue is E69 HAW Hamburg Hawks Racing. But could be that the car from Lund goes in first. Yeah, meanwhile we see images from the practice area here. It has been moved to the other side of the dynamic area, making it easier for cars to stage and also quicker for cars from the paddock to get there.
And also you can see the paddock in general, how much it has grown now. You see basically tents all around here, because yeah, we have 68 teams now, which is a big step up also this year. Not only from quantity-wise.
Yeah, Christian, crazy, right? I mean, you've been here the first time, I think 2016, and just how much this event has grown since then is absolutely crazy to see.
Yeah, in all the categories, now also doing DV, EV, combustion. It's very great to see, and the spirit here still remained the same, so it's a very friendly environment for everyone, for all the teams, officials. It's a good place to be.
Yeah, 68 teams here this year. Plenty of them passing technical inspection, so eligible to race. I'm sure that we will see lots of action at the very end of the session. I mean, we're now 1.5 hours in. We've seen like 15 cars maybe?
Yeah, I would agree. It's been pretty busy. I would have expected a lot less traffic in the early stages.
Honestly, I think the teams are just aware that there is so much competition here going on for spots at the right time. So strategy-wise, some just opt to get their first runs in now, especially now that the track has started to improve. Hamburg there, still in discussion.
Looks a little bit that Lund may be overtaking them. I mean, both drivers are ready, so just need to figure out who.
Yeah, this is also a very tough position for the drivers, to be honest. I mean, you're mentally preparing to just get racing, and then you have to wait there for quite some time. You know, your heart rate is up. You're just ready to go.
And it's hot.
Absolutely.
It's very, very hot here.
Absolutely. Need to stay focused all the way. But the visor of the driver from Hawks down now. You can hear TS on sound, and off they go.
To the starting line, one of the teams using the Goodyear tires.
Yeah, Christian, we don't see them often anymore on a lot of teams, especially in Europe. In the US, a little bit more, but here we don't see them that much anymore.
Yeah, that's true. And off they go, up the hill. Taking one cone in the slalom, but still first run.
Solid hairpin. Let's see if he can get the second one. He can. Entering the downhill section now. Very close to the cones, but it looked clean from our perspective.
And now let's see what he does in this. Looks good, looks good. Kept it on the inside for the next chicane. Looks like that he did go a little bit deep in there. And now through the timing.
Yeah, let's pray the timing is back on. I mean, we can see the corrected times from Lund here, 1:16, 1:18 from Hawks now. Leonard trying to improve that in the second run, putting him on P8 right now, 3 seconds behind Ignition from Hamburg.
Oh yeah, that's interesting. We have both Hamburg cars already on track today.
Also should keep in mind that the Hawks hit the cone in their first run. Again, navigating those hairpins with ease. Crucial braking zone there, downhill, also smoothly done. And it looks like the car is slowing down.
Oh, that's...
The driver pulling out of the track immediately. The run looked actually really, really good up until that point. But yeah, regarding the driver that he pulled out immediately, I mean, it almost looked like there was an issue that he was familiar with.
Yeah, exactly. It looked like in the second he knew what was going on. He's not even trying to do anything. He's just getting out of the car, steering wheel unlocked.
Yeah, he didn't try to restart the car or anything, like we've seen with other teams previously. Cars being pushed off now, but also fair for the other teams that he immediately took the car off the track, so the next car can get going.
Yeah, normally something like this, a reaction like this is seen when you have a very obvious mechanical failure. But yeah, Stefan, maybe you can explain what are some electrical issues that you can directly know what's going on.
Yeah, maybe it's an obvious electrical failure. For example, the battery management system, or as the Formula student calls, the accumulator management system, could throw an error. Then you cannot restart the car, and yeah, it depends on what error you're seeing. You're pretty safe, but the car won't restart again. What they told us that they had very, very limited testing time because of how the season went, and I think they actually told me that the brake test here was the first drive of the car in that condition like it's presented here. So with limited test time, you never know what issues arise during the race.
But one question, I mean, what kind of failures can trigger a BMS error?
Generally, you get those standard errors like under voltage or over temperature, which monitor your voltages and your temperatures in the system. But if you're having an unreliable battery, this might come down to contacts that are loose, and you're losing communication to your sensors. In that case, you gotta shut the battery down, regardless if it comes back or not. You have to prove that in scrutineering, and I don't know if they maybe already know that this could be an issue with the battery. But still, we're only speculating here. Could be something different.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, Luke for E39 now on his second run. He said a 1:16.99 earlier. It's really impressive how this car navigates the narrow turns. It seems to have a very tight steering, and he spins!
Oh, wow.
He spins on his way to the slingshot around the same area the Hawks car is at right now.
Yeah, at the end of the downhill section, just lost the rear end of the car, and also hitting some cones there. He's still going for it.
Yeah, it seems like he's just not having enough grip on the rear axle right there. On the brakes and on the throttle, super nervous right now, the car.
And again, I mean, he's still trying to find the limit, as it looks. It doesn't really look like a failure.
Yeah, yeah, that's the thing a little bit, you know, with second runs that you don't do immediately after your first run. You just don't have the same amount of grip anymore as at the end of your first run. And this possibly surprised him here. C96 now. Bucharest going for the next run.
Yeah, C96 car from Bucharest on the second run. This is one of the teams that, yeah, put in a lap early. And now we can see, even if, I mean, it's maybe the driver again for the first run, or even the second one who can just do both of the runs after each other.
Clean late section, those mid-speed corners, very, very agile. And now to the last points, hard braking point. He made that there and over the line for a finished run. So we'll see. I'm not entirely sure who is in the car there. Angelea, he pulls out into the inspection area. So no third run right now, but the post-inspection. I think we're seeing some errors here because E96, that's Zwickau, those were not the guys on the track right now, but C96 Bucharest. So the timing table now shows a little bit of a mistake.
Yeah, I think this will be corrected soon.
We have some cars that are preparing and waiting in line to start, but the track's empty right now, so our track marshals can have a short moment to rest because in the queue C88 and afterwards the car from Weingarten. We are almost 2 hours into the session, and now we pretty much on a short queue. It eases a little bit, but I'm pretty sure there's a lot of teams out there that want to have their runs rather late in the afternoon.
Yeah, let's see what they can do. Still no signal from the marshals. Now they can start.
Quick start, takes the slalom relatively wide. We can see the power of the car going uphill in this section, and now this small radius turns. We'll see how he can handle that.
Yeah, did it well. Dipped a little bit outside of the track with the front wing to get the maximum of clearance into the entry, but unfortunately hit a cone there. But the rest looking good. Going a little bit conservative here on the tightening corner.
I think he finds his rhythm, gets the braking point right. And now into the last section, coming back towards the stage. Great handling there. By the way, there was this one question in the chat, until when the autocross event will run. It's 18 o'clock, but the cars that are pre-scrutineered at that point in queue, they are allowed to run. Even after 18. And I think, yeah, we do see a minor issue on the car. This cover that is usually there to access the pedals from above has opened, and I think it impacts the visibility of the driver in the car, and that might impact his drivability.
Yeah, this is also very unfortunate because now the officials stopped the car to take a look at it. So the driver is actually not in the rhythm anymore when he can attempt his second run, and obviously also tires getting cooler.
The cover was closed by the team. I think it's only just attached with a magnet, so maybe that's not strong enough, but we'll see how they proceed.
Yeah, but I still think they have to be back at the line, so have to queue again. Now we see car number E60 lining up, also very impressive early runs today. And with their acceleration time from earlier, I expect them also to be very, very fast up the hill.
And yes, that was the expected quick launch,
wow.
but very oversteery in the slalom. Maybe a little bit too much speed.
Yeah, but the driver looking still confident in the car.
I think he's
taking
pushing.
a cone there.
Good rotation in that hairpin corner at the top of the hill. And now going in a downhill section, very narrow section. It takes a lot of courage to make this without hitting any cones.
Yeah, to find the perfect racing line there is super, super difficult because you sometimes want to compromise a corner to just have the other corner a little bit faster. So he does that very, very, very well.
Driver from E16 are also nailing the last braking zone. Over the line. First time for them. One 12.53. So this is faster than Milan's first time. We started off with a 1:13, then improved almost 3 seconds. Weingarten can do the same. We will see the first time below 10 seconds, 1:10 here.
The slalom was way cleaner and so shows the agility of the car perfectly.
Yeah, looks very, very good during the uphill section. Coming downhill now. Got a little bit deep in that corner, but still very, very good.
Yeah, I don't think he lost much time there, Christian. Cleanly around the very end of the track. Heartbreaking here. Car turns in so quickly.
Yeah, the nose is just completely stuck to the track. Super agile.
Yeah, Christian, this is exactly what you want, right? I mean, in corners like these, tight, you just want your car to follow exactly what steering input you give it. And it seems like that's exactly what Lucas is getting from E60 here. It's a 1:10.71, putting them ahead of Milan by 200ths of a second.
So a new best time, and again very, very close today.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually incredible that we've only had less than 2 hours of the session for now, and we already have a couple cars in the 110s. I mean, comparing it to last year, you know, there were, I think, 4 teams overall that even came close to times like these. It just shows the density of good teams that we've assembled this year here. Next to us, we could hear the engine of the team from Prague starting to run. Driver revving it up and hitting it off. David Kudelka here at the steering wheel. Best time to beat for the combustion category by Cardiff, set quite some time ago, I think around 30 minutes ago, 1:14.28. Let's see if Prague can challenge them here.
Left a little bit of space on the right side to the cones.
Yeah, Smart TV in the chat. Great to see Weingarten again fast again after the last tough years. I completely agree. I mean, we all remember how good they were back in the combustion days. Seemingly had to struggle a little bit with their beginning of their electric era, but it seems like they pulled it together and really pulled one car off here.
Yeah, I mean, struggling is maybe a little bit too hard, because I think things like that just take time. You just need to develop, and obviously other teams have a small head start. I don't know, when did they exactly switch over?
I think in 2022, and FSCZ debuted first time with an electric car. Prague, meanwhile, over the finish line. P4, 1:22, right ahead of PGR Racing, and just 3 seconds off Servo Motorsport. Lots of wheel spin there at the start, but it doesn't really matter. As mentioned at the beginning of the stream, we've seen, you know, it's a flying start, as Alexander mentioned, so the teams got some time to get the car up to speed. The car struggling a little bit with tight turns. Smooth on the downhill. Looks quite a bit faster than the first run, gotta say. Hard braking here. So a little hard on the outside, little oversteer moment there in the left-hander, but no cones. Only a couple more corners to go now. Carrying the speed over. Over the finish line, yes. Second run finish, good job there to the team from Prague. And it also puts them on P3, 118.45.
And in the meantime, we saw Running Snails from Amberg-Weiden starting their run. It's also their first competition this year.
Yeah, Running Snails. I mean, they've put themselves in the mix in skid pad and acceleration. I heard that they also did really well in cost report. Did so many things right now. Let's see if they can keep it up in the autocross.
Yeah, I think it was a good event so far for them. And also autocross looking very, very good. I mean, it's kind of a track they...
Wow, Christian.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Immediately into first place here, 1:10.31.
That looked super good, and the time proves that right. Yeah, it has been quite successful also in the past for them here, right?
Yeah, I mean, they've been at FSCZ for quite some time, even winning it once.
Yeah, I remember that.
2017.
Yeah, it was very impressive back in the days. They basically won the podium in basically every discipline. Instead, I mean, only 3 times not. So very, very good.
Last year, some issues, couldn't run in the autocross, unfortunately. Which makes it even more impressive that they are setting off so quickly here and setting the fastest time of the day immediately on their first run.
Let's see. If you can keep this up, you will definitely see a time below 70 seconds.
This feels quick, very quick through the last section. Definitely as if he could push those below 70 times. And on the other hand, we had our car number E7 start and going uphill, our Running Snail over the finish line.
Wow.
Improving to 1:08, setting a new benchmark here. Super impressive time, also quicker than the best time from last year already that was done without the powered ground. I think only Zwickau and Ioanneo were faster, both powered ground cars.
Yeah, as Stefan mentioned, we see car number 7 already on track. Also, I think one of the contenders to drive below 70 seconds.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, they've showed it already, winning the acceleration here, setting a good time just before the win started, and also being super competitive in skid pad. I think finishing off with a 4.76.
This looks quick, and I'm expecting some cowbell cheers once the car hits the finish line.
Yeah, you were right, Stefan. They are the cowbells.
Yeah, we will see the time in a bit. In the meantime, we see the FSN winners. PG Racing from Gdansk. Definitely trying to challenge Cardiff here. Camille navigating this slingshot on his way back to the finish line.
We have a time for Campus Tirol Motorsport. It's 1:16. I think that felt quicker, but maybe it's just the looks of the car.
Don't want to hit any cones just at the end of your run. You've seen that a couple times already before. They're not going for the second run. So 1:18.36 for them.
Well, we see Campos down the hill in the slingshot section, even opening DRS in there.
Now, honestly, Christian, this is something that really, really fascinates me. How some of these drivers are just so confident in their skill and in their car that they open DRS in sections where I wouldn't even dream of it.
Yeah, the team sounds super happy.
And rightfully so, improving almost 7 seconds here to 1:09.7. 1 second off running snail, just in between them and Formula SAE team Weingarten, and it's getting tighter and tighter at the top of the timesheet.
And I really like the hashtag, or the slogan on the rear wing. Jonas, can you translate that for us?
Yeah, Kiesbett or podium also fits what they told us. It's either the gravel or the podium. They want to be on top 3.
Yeah, it's a nice way to say go big or go home, I would say.
Question earlier in the chat was how many cars are in the queue. We can't 100% tell, but I think there's at least 8 to 10 cars here. Up next, Oxford Brooks Racing, the second team from the UK. Logan Parker, car champion of Britain from 2019. Strong uphill section there. Yeah, Oxford Brooks here. I don't think that they got a skid pad run in this morning. They were super, super late for the acceleration. Probably had to decide between the skid pad and the acceleration here, what event they want to prioritize. And seemingly they expected to get more points in the acceleration. Unfortunately, super late that they came from technical inspection, but great to see them on track now here in the autocross. Almost at the finish line now. Carrying lots of speed around the last couple of corners. Looked like a decent start for them. 1:14. Strong showing.
They've been P5 at the UK competition, P6 right now, right here. So we see how this is gonna evolve. Just one attempt and afterwards into the post-scrutineering. So maybe they want to be sure that the car's fine and then go for their second attempt afterwards.
Yeah, Stefan, you said it, P5 in the sprint at FSUK, but keep in mind that was also the day that it was damp when the skid pad happened, so they were probably on a completely different setup than they are today here.
Yeah, but also in UK they had very, very equal drivers in autocross, basically within 0.2 of a second, so maybe the second driver can even improve that.
A bit surprising that they didn't go for the second run immediately, but maybe also a little bit of strategy there. E-Force now on their first run.
Yeah, one of the local teams putting high effort this year also into driver ergonomics.
They just joined the Dynamics event today in the morning, but they already get some really, really good times in. So we see that the car can absolutely perform on track.
Yeah, unfortunately couldn't see if they had any cones up there, but I'm sure that their drivers do know this track very, very well from previous onboard cameras or even racing here. I mean, they're definitely one of the regulars, have won this event multiple times, also in the combustion category, before the merger of CTU Cartech and E-Force.
Yes, one of the local heroes at the track.
Chalmers up the hill. Time from E-Force 1:08. Fastest time in the first run that we've seen so far. Just slightly behind Running Snails.
And he's directly going for the second one. So this could be a new best time of the day.
Yeah, Christian. Meanwhile, Chalmers on their way back.
Looks very quick in the acceleration. You can just feel the torque of those electric motors. The car looks a little bit light on the rear, but the driver just dances it around the corners.
On brake.
And E-Force looking even more confident up the hill.
1:09 there for Chalmers. The times are really starting to pick up here now. New best time for them as well. Let's see what E-Force can do. We have the images here. Throwing the car around these corners, just being confident, using the oversteer to turn the car around.
Yeah, looked super under control.
Two more corners to go. On the throttle already here. Open line. And there we have it, 1:06.2.
Wow, that was impressive, super impressive. New best time of the day so far.
Yeah, Christian, we're already ahead of the time that Johannes earlier proposed here, and closer to getting to the 65-second barrier, and the track is only getting better.
Yeah, I mean, 2 seconds improvement from the previous best time set by Running Snails.
Let's see what Tim Albertson can do. Again, first run, 1:09.9. 1 second, a little over 1 second of second place for now. I think that is well within reach for him.
And also improvement from the Chalmers team. Below 70 seconds puts them on P3.
Yeah, Christian, around 4/10 of improvement there. Jumping up to P3 here, but still behind the running sales time. Yeah, on track right now, YTU Racing. Impressive showing this morning in the acceleration event. Car seems a bit loose on the rear end here, but driver navigating the course safely. I don't think I've seen any cones flying there, and he gets a 1:17 for their first run, jumping into P2 immediately.
There was just AMZ starting from the starting line and basically flat out through the first chicane. That looked crazy.
A lot of agility in the downhill section. The driver just can't throw the car into those corners. He's just so quick.
Couldn't see any mistakes so far. All the cones still standing.
Even the uphill section with a lot of courage and a lot of confidence in the car. There the brake point nailed. And this is just the first run, testing the limits, getting heated through the tires. And
yeah, this driver definitely has some experience in driving racing cars.
So agile as well. It looks like it's oversteering, but it just snaps into a grippy position immediately again. AMZ Racing here, 1:08, immediately on second place after their first run. 2 seconds behind E-Force for now. Let's see what they can do in the second run. Meanwhile, TU Yildiz going for their second run. Again, the time they need to beat is a 1:14 by Cardiff, set quite some time ago. Car seems more planted now with the heated up tires.
Had an oversteering moment there, lost a little bit of time.
AMZ also going for the second run.
pushing the car up the hill and through the corners. Even the hairpin, the rotation is so quick. Probably a lot of torque vectoring that helps out there with the steering inputs.
Stefan, we just saw TU Yildiz crossing the line. 1:14.7, not quite reaching Cardiff, but getting super close to them. Both teams still 2 runs left. I'm sure this will be a showdown when they come for their 3rd and 4th runs.
You can barely make out any mistakes with the AMC car. This just looks so much in the flow, hitting all the brake points, rotating the car through the corners. But I think there was one cone, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, but the turn in and the rotation, super impressive.
And it's actually a new fastest time here. 1:06.2, AMZ Racing, congratulations. FS Team Tallinn now, going for the first run.
And now from our perspective, you can actually see on the upper section, the rubber building up on the racing line, and everything, yeah, a lot cleaner than we had before, so track evolution is actually visible.
Yeah, Christian, you're absolutely right. I mean, this is a combination of rubber being laid out on the track and dust being removed at the same time. track conditions, as we can see them here, dry and super, super hot as well. I mean, I think we are almost at breaking the 30 degrees Celsius barrier here. 29, track even hotter. And we don't expect it to cool down within the next 2 hours.
The sun is burning onto the tarmac, making it hotter and hotter. I think a lot of our spectators have brought pavilions so they can get a little bit of shade and not be directly to the sun.
Yeah, and this is absolutely necessary. Sun is burning.
Team Tallinn now a little bit at the starting line. Doesn't seem like they got the go yet from the scrutineers. They're in a conversation now. Not quite sure what the issue is here. There were no cones really to pick up. Maybe one of the cars lost some liquid on the track. Still no green light. And there we see the green flag. Tallinn on their way, punching the throttle pedal. Super agile also uphill. I hit one cone up there, pushed it out of the box.
The car's taking this section like it's on rails. It's just so agile and precise.
Yeah, it's actually crazy. Unlike the Zurich car, which you can see, you know, having a couple snaps there. But there.
Yeah, you jinxed it. You jinxed it.
Yeah. God damn it.
Can't compliment
Second
the cars
cone for
anymore.
them. But yeah, he's bringing it home for now.
And then we're back, accelerating on that short straight and through the last few corners and over the finish line.
In the meantime, the last year's second place started to tackle the autocross. WHZ Racing.
Yeah,
from Zwickau.
they've been quite successful here, not only second place last year, but win the year before. So they also know the track and the competition very, very well.
Yeah, one of those teams that brought active aerodynamics to this event last year.
And Stefan, sorry I need to interrupt you, but Zwickau also struggles with the slingshot there. Car just getting too much oversteer there. Can't quite control it.
Yeah, we're seeing that DQ there that's technically an off course. So that's a time penalty on top of their run time.
Yeah, this run will definitely be looked to improve on their second attempt.
Yeah, it's just a super technical corner where mistakes can happen, but let's see what he's doing for the second run.
Meanwhile, Tallinn also on the track for their second run. 110 was their first time.
And actually, one difference, they were now going full throttle through the first chicane, which they didn't do in the first run.
Yeah, we're seeing the Zwickau car on camera now, while the Tallinn car is in the slingshot corner. From the distance, it looks very quick.
Yeah, Christian, you mentioned that Zwickau super successfully, I think last year, 107.
Oh, sorry, but there was a cone, right? on the inside.
Quite spotted. No trust here. Over the finish line they go.
And to answer the question from the chat, and we're talking so much about it, a cone hit that is down or out, that means down or out of the bounding boxes where it belongs to, is a 2-second time penalty.
Correct, Stefan. Tallinn here finishing off with a 1:07.8. As I said, I didn't see the cone there, but as Christian mentioned, there might have been one. So potentially 2 seconds added to that time. Zwickau back on the track, just in the section where they had the issues before. Driver a little more conservative this time. Rather be safe than sorry.
And while Zwickau is finishing their run, we see Aachen at the starting line.
Yeah, Zwickau over the line. Congratulations to them. 1:14.2. Aachen in the meantime, super quickly up the hill. Winners of FS Austria in the autocross. And keep in mind, FS Austria's lap time is way lower than here, and they got a 2-second gap to the second place, AMZ Racing, currently leading the field here at FS Czech.
Yeah, it absolutely amazes me to see how confident the driver is on the first out lap he actually has. And I jinxed it again, I guess.
Wow. Wow. It really seems like a lot of teams have an issue there with that tight corner at the very end.
The car came to a stop.
But okay, it looked like he stopped on purpose there.
Yeah, just waiting for the confirmations from the officials to get the green light to continue here. And now it's just about getting experience on the track here, not overdoing it, not overusing the tires too much, getting just enough heat in to start his second run.
But also try to find the limit on the end of the lap, because obviously you need to go there in the next run again.
Exactly.
Oh, and we see that he's running through. Oh my gosh.
Wow. Yeah, that's the first actual off-track that we've seen today.
That's correct, Jonas. But it looks like nothing happened. At least nothing serious to the car. So it's good that they can keep running. Maybe they have a little bit of more weight now on the car with a little bit of grass extra.
Yeah, Christian, it's just super interesting to see how many drivers are really struggling here, especially in their first run, you know, being new teams here, and just shows how technical, how demanding this track is for the driver and the car.
Yeah, I totally agree. Especially with the elevation changes within between. Then you have the very technical end section, whereas stop and go, floating slingshot with different radius. It's super, yeah. Oh, and we see Aachen also in the grass.
The next car.
Oh man.
Couldn't get the direction change done.
This is exactly what happened to C89 the run before.
Yeah, this will take a couple minutes now to clear the track here. Super unfortunate for Aachen. You mentioned earlier, you know, you can't allow yourself a mistake and to lose points to your competitors.
Yeah, it looks like the car is super fast, but also has kind of a sweet spot where it needs to operate, and when you go out of there, it can be quite difficult to catch it again. We've seen this now in both of the runs.
So yeah, the driver really tried to push the limits, but he went a little bit above here.
And it looks like we have the heart rate monitor. on Johannes.
This was our guest on stage just 2 hours ago, and he was giving us great insight on last year's runs. Last year the car was equipped with the active aerodynamic system, which he thinks that added around about 10 seconds of lowering lap time. So this is where we got the estimate from, that we're going to see lap times in around the 1 minute and 6 or 7 seconds ballpark. So we see how he performs on his own prediction.
Yeah, you can already see that he's preparing himself. I mean, heart rate above 100 is normally not a, I would say, not a resting heart rate, but I mean, we don't know, to be honest, we don't know, but
yeah, but I think that we already had a few higher ones, so I think he's not as nervous as maybe the new drivers, because he already seen the track, he already knows how those cars behave, and maybe he's just a little bit more chill about that.
yeah, and I mean, he's not driving and not close to the driving, so let's see how it evolves.
But I mean, he has to get in the zone somehow, so to just being able to deliver his best on track, and I think he's focusing to the max now.
Aachen's car, in the meantime, out of the grass there. I hope nothing on the underbody or front wing got damaged. Car is being pushed back. They're actually quite lucky, to be honest. I mean, considering the Hawks car, well, the car that is still standing all the way back in the slingshot, which you know, the team might not get back up until very, very late in the session or even after it. So Aachen still 2 runs to go.
Yeah, but maybe they also used the time now to clear the Hawks car. I mean, we can't be sure, we don't see it at the moment, but I mean, it would be a good opportunity.
I think the Hawks car's already retrieved. They brought it back.
Perfect.
And then from Student Austria, Aachen had their quickest run with their second driver, so maybe if the car's fine and there's no damage to it, they can deliver a great lap time here as well.
Track is clear again. C89 from Austria going. A little bit unfortunate for them because they will always use some tire temperature there to long track. But that's just sometimes the luck in motorsports that we do.
Yeah, he was going up the hill quite fast. He also had again a small moment there starting in the slalom, but didn't lost it like in the run before, so improvement. While we see Johan Imgratz at the starting line. And now, yes, the heart rate goes up.
I can feel the excitement as well.
Yeah, we invited him to join us afterwards, so we can ask him some more questions.
Ostrava now on the second arch on their way back. And off grass goes. Looks clean up the hill. First turn on the hill.
He told us that especially those sections uphill are so difficult because you can't see above the hill and you just have to know where the track goes.
While we see Joanneum, we have also an approved time from Ostrava, 1:14.6.
Just putting them right behind Cardiff and on the same level as YTU, so super, super close field in the combustion class as well. Joanneum clean so far, really nice uphill section there. Johannes said it earlier here with us that it's really tough to navigate those tight corners, but he seemed a very good job there.
Yeah, he's one of the drivers who actually has some experience here on the track from last year. So this gives him a little bit of an advantage.
1:07.4. the quickest first run of the day. .2 seconds off first place right now.
Two cones we saw there.
Yeah, 2 cones there for Baron. And Joanneum is off to their second run. Maybe slightly overdoing it a little bit at the first slalom, but not hitting any cones. That looked crazy. Baron over the finish line in the meantime. Heart rate now up to almost 160.
I think this comes down to the physical challenges that the drive takes. I think Johannes can keep his cool.
Short moment there for Johannes in the braking zone. And again, car's completely angled during the braking.
It seems to be a little oversteery on the brakes now. Maybe he's just also pushing it. And there's the cone. Cone there on the right side.
Looks super fast, but that cone, man, this is hurting.
Let's see if he can improve. 105.7 Joanneum Cross Racing. It was quicker than the first run, but unfortunately it took the cone here.
But I'm also impressed by him. I mean, his predictions were quite on spot, 106. Kind of what we expected from the day.
He just knows the car really, really well, and the track, of course, as well. Meanwhile, UAS Burn in the second run. And also PRZ Racing lining up third run, the second team to go for another run here. Aaron over the finish line. Unfortunately, we didn't see them here. 116 was their first run. Let's see what they can do in a second. It's a 112.99, putting them just into the top 10. PRZ Racing now. 170 beats per minute, the heart rate. Still a little cooler than his colleague here. First time they posted today, 122.
Heart rate is going up.
It seems like he's lacking a little bit of acceleration there. Power just doesn't seem to be quite there. Yeah, and the time also supports that. 131. He's going for a second run though, so seemingly everything all right for PRZ Racing.
In the meantime, Erlangen on track.
There we see PRZ Racing going for the fourth and last attempt.
Heart rate going down a little bit before the start.
And Erlangen looks particularly quick in that last section of our track.
Erlangen about to finish their first autocross run here. As you mentioned previously, unfortunately couldn't participate at the dynamics at FSL. So super happy to see them here on the track and successfully finishing the autocross in their first run.
1:22 would be the time to beat for PRZ Racing that they set with their first driver. Our second driver is now in the slingshot, pushing it in the limits of the car. Very close to the cone there.
Heart rate now up to almost 180 beats per minute. Just a couple more corners to go. I'm afraid this might not be a big improvement. Driver shaking his head, coming out of his second and the team's overall fourth run.
Meanwhile, Erlangen started their second lap, but came to a stop at the top of the hill. We can't really make out what the problem is there. The driver is still in the car. Okay, but he's now leaving.
Yeah, the officials holding on to the car here. I mean, it's on the hill. You don't want to have that car rolling all the way down.
Yes, this is an issue on a track with that much elevation. It actually is steep there and the car is moving if you do not brake anymore. So that's 6 officials staring at the car. Apparently no one is actually quite sure what's wrong.
Next car in line here, Trondheim. E63, now obviously needing to wait a little bit for the track to clear up the hill. Probably see the car even.
While we're waiting for the track to be clear, we can appreciate the beautiful scenery here in Most. You can see this little castle from the paddock area, and you see how busy that is. A lot of teams preparing the cars, making up the last setup changes to then push those into the autocross to set the best lap times possible. Erlangen still at the top of the hill, and Trondheim unfortunately has to wait at the start line.
Yeah, Stefan, I mean, we've seen it earlier already. The paddock grew massively compared to previous years.
Yes, I think 68 teams is actually a lot having here. The organization with that is absolutely insane, so props to the organizers to making sure that everyone gets scrutineered and everyone can run in time. That's absolutely good job to achieve this kind of competition here.
Henux Leipzig asking here if there's an opportunity to see live timing at the schedule. We can show the schedule real quick maybe. There we go. So today up until 6 p.m. we got the autocross. And we've already been through most of the dynamic disciplines, but tomorrow is where it really comes down to. From 9 to 6 p.m. we got the endurance. Every team getting another chance to prove how good their car really is.
and we are trying to show the live timings as quickly as possible. But yes, there is a link for you. It's fscheck.cz. There you can check out all the live timings of today's event and the ones yesterday and the day before that.
Car from Erlangen being pushed out forwards now. Yeah, Stefan, this is one of the things, you know, if you gamble and want to set a lap time late, then, and something like this happens, this could very well just stall the queue for a little bit and won't let you run just in time. So, I mean, now it wasn't that much of an issue because we still got 1.5 hours left, but especially for teams wanting to set a lap time just at the very end of the session, it could be an issue.
Yes, exactly, but I'm not entirely sure whether they can retrieve the car yet for safety reasons. Maybe they have to keep it there for a little while, and then it's very, very close to actually making it to the start line. We still can't make out the issue. Maybe it's just a very quick fix, and if they could retrieve the car, they could just re-queue again. But in that situation, they might even not be able to run anymore. So now we definitely have to be a little bit careful. It is going steep downhill there, so we probably need to brake the car if you want to move it.
Stefan, it seems like the track is deemed as clear and the green flag has been waved for Trondheim.
That looks very quick and agile through the first slalom. We'll see how they tackle the hairpin at the top of the hill.
Yeah, that car is set up super nicely as well. I mean, they've got almost 650 test kilometers in. You'd imagine they have quite a lot of experience in the car, and especially also with maximum power for the autocross standing.
Yes, that's absolutely insane, the amount of testing. I don't think that there are a lot of teams here that can even get close to that number.
Yeah, even including all the events in the post-testing, I feel like a lot of teams are not reaching that number. So having that before the events is even more impressive.
And I mean, they even combined that with the autonomous testing. They were one of our only 2 track drive finishers. So combining the, yes, we see the Karlsruhe car on there without a front wing. Unfortunately, that was
Trondheim seemingly clear of any cones in their first run.
very impressive run, and they're now queuing for the second.
106.7. Almost as fast as Johanneum Graz Racing in their first run.
Without the front wing on the Karlsruhe car, you have your aerodynamic pressure moving to the center of pressure, moving to the rear. This might create some issues with understeer. We'll see whether the Karlsruhe car is suffering from that.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Stefan. I mean, the driver is doing his best job to keep it on the line, and it doesn't look too bad yet. He's making it look somewhat easy for him at least. Seems like a very skilled driver there, but of course, it doesn't fit any of the simulations that they did before, and it's definitely going to hurt their lap time.
That looked very quick in the last sector. Congratulations.
Yeah, honestly, I'm just happy to see them here. 116.5. Maybe improving a little bit afterwards. But yeah, I'm just super happy to see them here. That, with their sort of crash earlier, nothing more like the Monaco or the suspension was damaged, it seems like.
Exactly, so it's somewhat impressive that we see the car running at all because their suspension was damaged. So great job by the team to actually repair that in time to be able to drive autocross. and set actually very quick lap times. 1:16.5, that's quick, and that's without a front wing.
Yeah, Stefan, strong time now on their second run here. Coming over the finish line. Unfortunately, we didn't see the last bit. I can't tell if they hit any cones, but this could be one of the fastest times of the day.
Tron times over the finish line as well. I'm very excited for that time.
Still no timing here. Karlsruhe already on the downhill again. And also TU Dresden lining up to the right of us. Karlsruhe unfortunately going off track there. We've seen this once before. And the time from Trondheim is in. 1:04.3. New fastest lap time of the day. Almost 2 seconds clear of the next one after cones added. Yeah, Trondheim. I mean, they've told us already that they are very confident in their car. Unfortunately, couldn't perform it as they're at their peak at FS Austria. But yeah, now let's see what Dresden can do. It looked a little nervous up the hill. Driver seems to be turning in too early at times. But it's getting more clean now. Dresden goes over the finish line. .09.7, putting them on P8 for now. Second run, just about to start. On the other side of the track, Prague going for the third run.
They came to a stop.
Yeah, they're going slow. Prague over the finish line though.
We can barely see them from the stage here, but now it's on the drone. So the car did not leave the track, but it came to a stop. We had some tires screeching, but unfortunately this was not on the live stream because we were following the Prague car.
Yeah, this is quite bad now for Prague. Sitting there at the starting line. Everything's warmed up, but now this engine is also turned off until the track is clear again.
Yeah, super weird to be honest that even if he had a moment there on the brakes that he came to a stop. Didn't sound like an electrical failure at least. We can't spot a mechanical failure from here, but yeah, we do know that they've had some issues with the suspension during testing. Track clear again, rather quickly, opening the way for Prague. 1:15.1, their first run. for the second driver. I hope the tires didn't cool off too much, as that first run was super quick, and they could very well go on and beat the time from Cardiff here, which is just under 1 second faster than his first run. I think I've seen a code there. Yeah, it seemed like it was out of the box.
You definitely have some eagle eyes there. Because from my perspective, to be honest, I didn't see it.
Lifetime seems to be off a little bit now again. The driver sliding around the corners. He seems to have so much power here. Wow. Keeping it under control, nevertheless.
Now he goes into the last two corners. Very solid one. Let's see.
Yeah, Christian. Prague also running with a rather unusual engine. In Europe at least, it's a Triumph Daytona. I've seen it a couple times in the US, but never seen it in Europe. Yeah, we're not 100% sure whether the timing is correct here. It says 1:12.9.
Which would put them on P1.
Yeah, with quite a lead as well, 1.5 seconds.
Yeah, it seems to be a small hiccup on the timing screen. Is Prague also having 5 runs now?
Yeah, back to the electrical side here. Hofspannung on their way down the hill. On the final corners, Yannick Thoman here. And yeah, as you may have heard already, we also have the next combustion car online, BME Motorsports, last year's winner in the autocross. I'm sure they will be able to set a benchmark here again. Hofspannung through their first run. Immediately going for the second one. Budapest in the meantime down the hill already.
Yeah, Hofspannung with a very safe run in the first time they got out there. Close to 140 at the moment, P27.
Yeah, Christian, Budapest has been here multiple times. They always came so close to an overall win in 2022, P2 overall. Last year, obviously, that was super unfortunate. Cole on the finish line now. 1:15.2 in their first run. Immediately go for the second one.
It sounded like the engine turned off on the way to the starting line, but let's hope he can restart it again. In the meantime, Hofspannung on the second attempt. Looking definitely a little bit faster.
Yeah, Yeah, their first lap time 1:39. Probably not what they wanted yet. Look at the driving position, Christian. The driver is almost laying down here.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, obviously benefits your center of gravity, but also you need to. Oh, there was a cone on the inside. But yeah,
Hofspanner, in the meantime, improving to 1:26, chopping off a good 10 seconds here of their previous time. P26 for them for now. PME in the meantime through the slingshot. On to the final corners. Seeing it here. The last corner. 1:14.3, a little bit of improvement, but again, they had this cone up the hill. So overall, probably no improvement from them there. Leonine now on the track.
yeah, it's first run of the second driver, taking some cones there.
Actually, no, Chris, I think the same driver, Logan Parker, he went for a run, for only one run earlier, and
Yes, that's correct. So they are on the second run, but this is the second attempt of 4, probably with a different driver.
next car in line, Theo Warsaw. Quite smoothly up the hill there. But they seem to be slowing down just after the hairpin. The next hairpin, also slowing down. Seems like the car is really struggling with finding the gears at very slow speed. Nevertheless, the car is still running.
Apparently the loss of power really comes from having a weird gear ratio and low velocity zones, because right now they're regaining that power and we have the next car starting here.
Yeah, but it looks very difficult for them to accelerate out of slow corners. So, not really sure what is happening there. Because once they have speed, it actually looks quite okay.
Next Polish team, Mini Roswaf, E15 on the track, PWR Racing.
has been a problem for a lot of the drivers, and we are hitting 2 cones there as well.
Yeah, we haven't seen it for quite some time, Stefan. Early on, lots of drivers having an issue there, but with grip increasing, seemingly more drivers being more confident in that corner, up until PWR racing.
And now the driver felt the limit, and maybe he can correct that in his second run.
Over the line they go. 120.38. P23 for now. But yeah, I'm sure that there's quite a bit of time left there.
Yeah, the team already sounds very happy with the time. They're clapping extremely heavily.
The driver pulling out of the dynamic area.
Yes, so the cars of Erlangen and now Dresden are being retrieved by the teams. So they can continue to work on their cars and maybe re-queue. But time's running and it's not a lot of time left.
Yeah, Stefan, I'm not sure that this was 100% the right decision here to interrupt Warsaw just as their tires are warm to go for their second run before those cars are retrieved. Let's hope it doesn't impede the driver too much.
Yes, but this was an official decision, and as you know, the officials are always right. So we see that Warsaw is just starting real quick.
Yeah, Warsaw off the line. Looked better now while accelerating. Let's see what they can do up the hill. That's where their issues started. And it looks very, very similar to the previous lap here.
Yeah, again, especially on this last tight corner, it doesn't really look like it's yeah, getting out there quite well.
Christian, do you think he maybe has issues finding the right gear and then just being on the throttle immediately afterwards?
Yeah, could definitely be. One of the biggest differences between an electric and combustion is obviously the gearbox. And in the past, a lot of teams struggling with the shifting system to get it reliable and always selecting the gear without losing time, and obviously also reliable.
Yeah, it's definitely another component that is also a variable for the drivers to master. Quite tough for some. That is just not existent with EVs here. Team from Warsaw still moving though, coming back. .136, their first time. Don't think this will be much faster. 133.8. Still in P10. But yeah, I'm sure they will be looking for a time quicker than that.
Yeah, we see an E53 OWL racing team on track there. Unfortunately, also without the front wing. Great picture, by the way.
Yeah, Robin, look, making to the driver's station just after showering, it seems like.
Yeah, this could be the case.
It's also the first time that we see the car from All Racing on track here. It seems like they've been working for quite some time still to pass all the technical inspections. Finally managed to pass them on the track and almost finished with their first run.
But actually very impressive to see them here on the track. Just a couple hours ago they weren't done with the scrutineering and now they're racing. So great effort. Good job, guys.
Ulu, in the meantime, on their third run here. Currently P6 for combustion cars. Yeah, they got a 117.9 earlier. Actually P5, sorry. On our Colts team, Colts time is still the fastest, but not correctly displayed right now. But yeah, Ulu just 3 seconds off basically 4 other teams. So with an improvement, they could really jump up to the podium. Over the finish line now. Driver's definitely going for the second run. 1:15.7. Looked super confident displaying his team that he's going for a second run right away.
Yeah, and I mean, we see a couple of teams in the 14-second region, 1 minute 14, of course. So if he can improve by, let's say, a second, he can make up quite some places.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Christian. I mean, Prague, a little bit clear of everybody else, but the rest just so close together, and lots of them still got a time or an attempt left. And yeah, meanwhile we see Lemgo all racing E53 in their second attempt, unfortunately slowing down after the downhill section just into the slingshot.
Yeah, and this is now bad also for Ulu for their last run.
Lemgo trying to get the car going again.
The high voltage system is off. I think the driver tries to restart it, but depending on the issue that he's seeing, he might not be able to do that.
I think the driver just asked the officials to power cycle.
Well, they're rightfully rejecting this.
Yeah, tractive system is off. They're pushing E53 off the racetrack. Fortunately for them, not on their first run, but of course, unfortunately, at the very back of the track. And we only got 1 hour left in this afternoon session here. So I'm not 100% sure they will get a second run in here for the second driver.
Yeah, to be honest, with recovering the car from the very end of the track, I think it will be very, very difficult, depending obviously on the change they have to make the car more reliable for the next runs. But let's see if this stopped Lowry in his flow.
So we see Ulu here flying on the track, hitting that brake zone perfectly. And I think this might be an improvement of their previous time.
C98, finishing their 4th run here, 1:14.27. It's going to put them ahead of Cardiff, actually. 1/100th of a second ahead of Cardiff and into P2 for combustion cars right now. Yeah, the electric car from Warsaw now up on the hill, taking a couple cones, lots of understeer on the downhill, very too late on the braking.
Yeah, and that cost him a lot of cones actually.
It's no DQ, but definitely an off track.
And again, very, very oversteery on the corner exit. A little bit of, yeah, a little bit too ambitious on the throttle.
And just before they pass the finish line, we got C88 from Gdańsk running on the hill. Jan just really pushing the throttle there. Let's see if he can keep clean. Oh, there's the first cone. He hit on the inside with his underbody. Being a little more careful on the second left-hander. That's super tight. Good braking there on the downhill. Very close to the cones. PG Racing right now 118.3. The first driver. Just a couple more corners until we know if the second driver can beat that time. E84 Warsaw also now on their next run. .3.
That's actually the best time so far in the third run. So the first run of this driver, of Jan, very, very good.
Yeah, Christian, I feel like the EV, I mean, we knew from the start, right, that the EV competition is super, super tight, but also the CV competition seems to be shaping up to be a really, really close battle here. And PG Racing already finishing second in the skid pad earlier, just behind Tampere. Again, they won FS Netherlands this year.
Yeah, you're definitely right. I mean, we saw it in the driverless competition, and from that moment, we basically knew this is going to be a tight competition, but it's even tighter than we expected. And now again, I think if he can improve by just 1 second from one run to the other, which should be possible, he will be right there in the mix for basically podium.
Unfortunately, couldn't see whether he left that cone on the spot where it's supposed to be this time. We should not forget that his first time gets an additional 2 seconds added to it. But yeah, as you mentioned, CV competition super close, except for Prague, who got a little bit of a cushion there to second place, 112.9. And if it stays this way, they're going to take quite a few points off all the competitors. It's now super close to the finish line. Really low. And the team is super happy there, 113.03, not quite beating Prague. I'm not sure if he missed any cones there though.
Yeah, but still super impressive. That's a podium position currently. But yeah, I mean, we still have a lot of teams actually in the last 45 minutes to complete their twos, like the second driver. And I think a lot of shuffling will still be possible.
Yeah, I feel like the times here could drop significantly. But one thing that we definitely need to consider, that the wind is also picking up a little bit, you know, just making it a little less predictable for the drivers, especially with gusts coming in every now and then. So the track could feel different on the first run than on the second run.
Yeah, and it also feels different in one direction. So you go in the one direction where the wind comes from. You obviously have more downforce, you have a different feeling than when the wind comes from the back down the straight. This is something the driver also needs to adjust to.
And I can believe that going uphill and then going over the top of the hill, you're not just not seeing the track, but you're feeling a gust of wind. So everything's shaken up in your car, everything is different than you remember. So very hard to control probably at that point.
Back to the action on the track, Uni Maribor in their first one of their first driver, 120.5, P29 for now. Let's see if we can improve in the second run. They're waiting, and off they go. DRS open, drag reduction system immediately from the start. In the meantime, we also saw the car E22 from Formula Belgium starting. We had their first driver here earlier, Tiesto, who said that their second driver has more experience in the car, and he's confident that he can even beat his time. He couldn't in his first run.
But it looks like the driver's not satisfied with this time. He's trying to improve now.
Yeah, they were the very first car on track today.
We're following Uni Maribor through the slingshot. It challenging a part of the track for a lot of cars, and here he lost control, and again cars very oversteery in those situations. He loses a lot of speed, almost comes to a stop. He does come to a stop.
Yeah.
Tractor system is off. So I don't know if the driver himself did that. He's trying to reactivate the system. Oh yeah, and off he goes again.
Yeah, it's back on E22 in the meantime, waiting at the start line. Maribor just bring it home now, and then preparing everything for their second run. Off he goes. Green flag has been waved. E22 up the hill.
Last attempt from their car.
Yeah, E04 at the starting line. Green flag hasn't been waved though, so the car in the picture, E22 right now. On the downhill. Nicely took that right hander on the downhill section. Time to beat here, 1:16. The Taiwanese team now almost on the go as the wind is picking up a little bit. And off they go for their first autocross run here at FSCZ. Look rather clean for E22.
And in the meantime, E4 is making its way up the hill and into this very tight corner section, which they actually mastered.
Yeah, Stefan, I think we need to really give props to the driver from Belgium here. I mean, first lap 1:18, and he shaved off shaved time off to 1:12 here. Super impressive improvement here. 6 seconds, putting them on P13 for now in their last run.
Yeah, super competitive time there. Now we see an NTHU racing from Taiwan. Last sector coming back towards the stage. Getting the brake point on those corners is absolutely crucial.
And also the long-term leader in the combustion competition. But it seems like Kota McLeod can't get the gear in. So this will probably not be an improvement for them. NTHU Racing finishing off with 124.4 in the first run. Yeah, Cardiff's driver just taking as much off the track as possible. This is exactly what we meant earlier, Christian. Just that one variable in combustion cars as well of shifting at the right times, downshifting and upshifting as well. Also is another element to tune the cars.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And this requires an additional complexity for the rhythm that the driver has to get into. And we've seen this in the uphill section when the driver, it sounded like it was stuck in neutral for a second and he couldn't get a gear in.
NTHU Racing now on the next run. Cardiff, as expected, 121.6. Looking to improve in the next run. Again, their time 1:14. Long time. They were the first in the combustion competition, but just got overtaken recently.
Quick corners downhill. Now the slingshot where a lot of guys struggled, but this is done very good. Now there's straight ahead. Get the brake point right. Yes, that's on point. Cardiff going for their last attempt, trying to improve their time. We'll see how their uphill section is. It's much better than the attempt before. So the driver got his shifting on point.
Yeah, NTHU passed the finish line here. Second one, 121.3. A little bit of an improvement. Quite interesting. It's really nice to have them here. I mean, all the way from Taiwan. They were continuously at the Japanese event up to 2019, but have started to come to Europe after the pandemic, starting 2022. And we always, really appreciate them going to this event at FSCZ.
Yeah, and they really by now have a lot of experience in transporting electric cars around the world, which is, for a lot of teams, a big struggle.
Yeah, absolutely right, Christian. You don't see that many European teams going to international competitions anymore, unfortunately, in my opinion. Also has to do with the difficulties coming with transportation by students. Cardiff in the meantime. Last run, and they improve. 113.7. Ahead of Ulu again, into P3. But now we prepare for C10, Servo Motorsport. They had some issues, so they were overdoing it a little bit in their second run earlier. 119.6. Their best time right now. Again, the winners from last year, striving to defend their title.
I mean, let's see how the second driver does. Hitting a cone there on the inside. And also they're a little bit too deep into the corner.
Yeah, really impressive that he caught the car though, didn't take any more cones. But I mean, he probably knows already that he's hit a cone here. This might not be the best time that he can achieve. So maybe he's just testing a little bit now in all the crucial corners here. Clean through the slingshot.
Yeah, we can now hear the car coming back to this timekeeping. Just having a couple more corners left.
Next team from Romania, and we've seen them before, but the car looked a little bit different.
It absolutely looks different. Where's their rear wing? I think this is something we need to find out.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we know that the scrutineers here look at stuff like this, you know, just if, yeah, a little bit too deep there in the chicane.
It looked also a little bit understeer. I think we would expect the opposite without a rear wing.
Yeah, exactly. I was really surprised about that as well. But yeah, cold tires. Their fastest time right now, 1:26. Yeah, what I was about to say, the scrutineers here, they look at stuff like this, you know, if the rear wing mounting is still fixed, if they don't see any danger for the driver or the officials on the track, you obviously can't lose your rear wing. And I think we need to make sure as well, I mean, maybe they found it out just after their first runs, so maybe their first runs even got disqualified afterwards.
Yeah, could this be a result of the post-scrutineering? Do we have any information on that?
We don't have any information currently, but we definitely can find this out.
Yeah, we'll make sure we'll find it out.
And yeah, to get a second run in, I mean, we only have basically 30 minutes left, so maybe this was the only option to leave the rear wing out.
Yeah, C10 now up the hill. So far, not here. Let's see if he can get it. Yeah, he's staying away this time. Better safe than sorry.
And with Serber Motorsports on the track, the winds are picking up. The Skoda gate at the uphill section is wobbling a little bit and it's shaking. And the Bucharest car come to a stop.
Yeah, but it was after their run, 133.3 here. Not sure they could have improved with the less downforce they got here. Oh! And the car from Cerber completely goes off the track here. We've seen a few teams, a few drivers already being a little bit confused here, and that's a big blow to them. As I don't think they've posted a super clean lap yet. 1:19.4, their best lap time. Last year 4th place. This year potentially maximum 8th place. Yeah, over the line they go. Quite unfortunate for them. And yeah, we mentioned this yesterday that some drivers got it a little bit wrong on the skid pad. Some said that they were blinded by the sun a little bit, and as the sun starts to set a little bit here, we might have that here as well.
Guys, look at this queue. I mean, we mentioned it earlier, there are only, I think, a couple of teams in total, maybe 10, that completed all of their 4 runs yet. So this basically means we have a second driver queue, which is, yeah, as you can see in the picture, extremely long right now, and we only have half an hour left.
Yeah, there's also a couple teams coming to mind that haven't been in the autocross at all yet, that started in the dynamics earlier.
Yeah, I mean, if this is the case, then they definitely can have the priority line for the first driver, and they don't have to queue all the way back.
TU is now on their third run. A little bit too deep there in the first hairpin. Driver doing a way better job in the second one. Clean on the downhill.
And now also TU Delft with their first run.
Yeah, Christian. They've won this game with a remarkable time of 4.65.
Well, Yildiz finished. Yeah, but it will be very interesting to see if they can actually use all 4 runs here, because after they finish these 2, they have to go completely back to the queue, and all of that with driver change in the next 30 minutes.
Yeah, Max Capert here on his first run.
But also looking good during this section.
E85 from Delft now approaching the finish line while Yildiz is whipping up the hill again.
Yeah, the last time at 1:14.6.
And Delft going for 1:10.66. But yeah, Christian, you're absolutely right. I mean, we've seen the queue just a couple moments ago. Some teams haven't posted a single run yet, so it's not too likely that even if they go now for the first driver, they will get another run here. And we've spoken earlier about some teams having quite big gaps between the skill and the experience level between their drivers. So the obvious choice now is to always put in the driver that you expect to have the faster time in, right?
Yeah, I think that definitely. At the moment, it's very, very hard to predict whether you can go for the second run or not. Yeah, the queue is extremely long, especially if you're just right now starting to queue.
We have TU Yildiz on their last attempt to push their lap time to maybe have a chance at winning this. They're over the line.
Wow, those last couple of corners, he really wanted to gain as much time as possible there. 1:30.1. It puts them right on P3 behind PG Racing and Prague. Super, super close in the combustion category there. They're definitely not losing a lot of points. And keep in mind, they already won the acceleration event here. E71 from Mannheim now, attempting their first dynamic discipline of the competition. Super stoked to see them here. I mean, we've heard that they had some issues in the technical inspection with the driver assistant. That's what they're and it seems like they're not getting over the hill here, stopping in the middle of it.
And Delft, the front wing touching the ground with a 1.667. Huge improvement.
Yeah, putting them right in the mix again with teams of the likes of ANZ and eForce. And speaking of eForce, they are next up in the queue, just waiting for the car from Mannheim to be out of their way.
They're basically missing 2 seconds to P1 and only 400th of a provisional podium.
Yeah, the drone back on its way to catch footage from the other side of the track. Car from Mannheim, still running. Yeah, guys, what I was about to say, Mannheim had some issues. I mean, they wanted to participate at DV category before as well. Tried long to get through the technical inspection there. Unfortunately, couldn't get through there in the end, and also damaged one of their inverters for their all-wheel drive car. Spent the night in the camp with the car actually to fix all their problems. So they really put an effort in, and it's super, super nice to have them on track here just as the afternoon session starts to heat up.
But now let's take a look at the Prague team aiming for a podium position here.
Yeah, Martin Hayek, surely also no stranger to this track. Throwing the car around the braking section.
Oh, it looked a little bit that he overcooked it into that corner.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, because we've seen that a couple times. Maybe the tire's not at their optimal temperature here.
Yeah, he's really, really finding the limit currently.
But that's also the great thing, you know? Like his teammate already posted such a good lap time, putting them P4 106.2. So he's got all the room to play with to just push just for that little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And now they just need a clean run to also, yeah, improve a little bit of their lap time.
Prague 109.7, and in the middle.
Yeah, we just saw car number E71 not really making the corner. It didn't really look like they were hitting the tires. It was more like the driver was coming to a stop because he was seeing that he actually will not make the corner.
Yeah, good feeling for the car there, just in time to not damage the front ring.
Yeah, absolutely right. I think now the track marshals will push him back, so he can continue.
Yeah, a little bit of a blow there to the Prague car.
I think with the track marshals interfering, this will be counted as a DNF.
Yeah, but this is very unfortunate timing.
Yeah, Martinez, you're completely right that most teams only get one more chance looking at the queue size.
Especially if things like this happen, you know, this is something you can't plan. Track get a red flag, and then the time just runs out.
Officials super quick there to get the car out of the way, giving Martin Hayek the best chance that he can possibly get to improve his time with 109.7.
He needs to have basically improvement of 3 seconds now to get a faster time for his team.
Yeah, but what we've seen earlier is the Prague car improving 4 seconds in their second run.
He's looking very, very fast up the hill.
Yeah, you can see him giving everything, fighting with the car, fighting it through the corners. Let's have a look at this hairpin. Very good job. Downhill section, very narrow. Takes a lot of courage to actually push that through.
And also there, the line, beautiful.
So now do not repeat the mistake from before. Okay,
Wow.
there is some slide, but beautifully done.
Yeah, he really nailed that corner.
Yeah, and to not hit a cone there, super skilled.
Using the oversteer perfectly to just rotate the car as much as he needed to.
And we can actually hear the car scraping the ground.
So yeah, the car is a little bit oversteered, but he got that under perfect control, and he uses this.
Any codes here, this could be a really, really quick time. It's a 1:06.99. Not quite matching their first driver, but still a very, very respectable time. Definitely displaying the potential that this Prague car has, and also putting them into a position to definitely compete at a very high level for the rest of the competition.
Yeah, it's a very good position to be in, to be honest. I mean, they're fourth at the moment. Let's see what happens, but yeah, it could be worse.
Yeah, Theo Bruno, the next track team, unfortunately came to a short stop there on the uphill. Looking to pick up pace now, though. Looks quite steady.
Yeah, but I also think that Bruno has basically no time left to look for the fix of that error they had up the hill. So I think they will basically directly go to the next run.
Yeah, Christian, they've been on the podium here multiple times already in the CV and the EV category in autocross.
Yeah, they are known specifically for their reliability. Also in the past they had some pretty impressive records set.
Yeah, we mentioned this yesterday, but they had plenty of endurances. I think 19 in a row without a DNF. There must have been team members that didn't even know how it felt like to have a DNF in the endurance. And as we mentioned, also the first electric endurance that they ever had, where some teams are just happy to drive, you know, their first electric event. They finished the endurance.
Yeah, it's just a strong team approach on the reliability aspect.
Meanwhile, for TU Ostrava on track again. Currently in 7th position. Couldn't improve his time for now, but he's got another run left. 2 seconds off the best time of the team. And if he can, improve another 2 seconds, this could very well be within podium reach for Ostrava.
And we see Christian here on his second run. He didn't have any problems uphill this time, so it looked very consistent.
Yeah, 129 his first time. Definitely looking to improve that. And without that stop, that is definitely what is going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, the 129 obviously is not very representative of what the cars and the driver can do, so let's see. It's a 1:14.59, which puts them on P19 of the timing list so far. Yeah, we got some comments also in the chat with the laydown rubber over time. Yeah, track evolution is something we already mentioned now a couple of times, but yeah, you're absolutely right. It's evolving, also evolving now quite quickly, and we can actually see the racing line up the hill section to be extremely visible from our point of view at the moment.
Yeah, Christian, you mentioned it's super visible here, which also is even on the sun, on the angle of the sun slightly going down, and I feel like this could play a bit of a factor as well, don't you think?
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, we have different angles also of the car itself. So when you go uphill, you're basically, when the sun is low, directly staring into it. We had yesterday already some comments that around 6 p.m. in the evening, it can also be quite, not difficult, but has an influence on the skid pad. In the meantime,
yeah, unfortunately, a little bit of a spin there from TU Ostrava. That's not going to be an improvement for them, unfortunately.
This seems to be one of the most challenging parts of our track. So this is the exit of the slingshot where already a lot of drivers have lost control of their car.
On the other side of the track, FS Team Tallinn, currently P6, with a team of 107 starting their next run. But they also spin and take plenty of cones there on the uphill section.
yeah, it was exactly in the section where the car gets a little bit lighter because you go up the hill. So maybe you got a little bit caught on that.
Yeah, that and where the sun is directly in your face. Like you really need to know where the track goes up on the hill.
Yeah, we had also Johannes mentioning it earlier. I mean, even without the sun, you're basically blind into that, big hill at the top. You couldn't really see where the track is going after you are over the top.
FS Team Tallinn now finishing the run clean after that little moment at the beginning. And I mean, overall they're in a similar position as Prague. Already set a decent time in their first run by the first driver. So the second driver can just go all the way. C69 from Liberec now. Another Czech team.
With their first run currently, and a very, very interesting and unique end plate design on the rear wing.
Yeah, I believe it's somewhat inspired by the current Formula 1 style rear wings, but it stands out definitely in the Formula style community where the end plates always have a rather similar look.
Yeah, it normally reduces the vortices coming up from the top of the end plate. So yeah, maybe we can ask them also what was their intention to have this unique design.
Yeah, Christian, I don't think that they participated in any dynamics in the last 2 years. So seeing them on track here is really good to see. Cars hybrid as well, adding up to 105 horsepower. And off Tallinn goes as well. To their last run, Marco. You can hear the tires, but he seems to have it under control this time. Nice hairpin there. Second one even better. Let's see what we can do on the downhill.
Yeah, you need to have so much confidence in the car going downhill and then have a right turn. But it looks very, very good. Also in the slingshot section.
Barely keeping it together there at the end of the slingshot.
Yeah, the end of the slingshot. This has caught out so many drivers so far. It's a very, very tricky technical corner.
Almost another cone hit there, a little wide there. Again, 107.8 their time to beat. World ranking list #1 as of now.
And they did it. It's a 1:06.82.
Yeah, not improving any positions here, Christian, but we need to keep in mind that they will gain more points of that, closing the gap to the first year. Still Revolve and TNU, so definitely valuable for the overall competition.
So yeah, the points in autocross are evaluated based on the time of the best competitor. and your time relative to this best competitor counts towards your overall point score to have a shot at the overall trophy here at this event. So every hundredths of a second count, even though you're not on the podium.
Yeah, especially with the close competition we've seen so far. Like things like this can definitely make a difference in the end and in the overall score.
Exactly, and I mean with all of the cars we've seen today, I don't think there's a clear favorite for the endurance race tomorrow. So everybody can be the winner there, and because it awards so many points, I think the competition is quite open, and there's a lot of cars and teams that are still aiming for the win.
Meanwhile, Team Reds over the finish line, collecting 2 cones at the very end on their front wing. And we've also seen the car from Karlsruhe, but HSK Karlsruhe, going for their first attempt here, very, very late in the session, only around 10 minutes left here.
Car also in this section looks good. It's their first all-wheel drive electric car.
It's the first one for high-speed Karlsruhe. There are only a few teams missing from those who have passed all of the scrutineering. From my understanding and my information, this would be car E97 Schweinfurt, who we have seen already competing in the driverless competitions, and then E51 University of Ghent, as well as E13 Fast Tube TU Berlin.
Yeah, Karlsruhe finishing off with a strong 112.8. At the next car on track already, Milan E90. And a strong showing earlier, 110. One of the first teams on track today. The track was still very green when they did their first runs.
Yes.
But, considering that they were here last year, the drivers are probably more experienced.
Yeah, we were discussing about it, right? What will their strategy be with this early first run? And they were going right to the end of the session.
Yeah, super interesting to see. It looked like they just wanted to get that safe run in because they anticipated the length of the queue at the very end, not really knowing with all the uncertainties when they will get into the next in their second run. Luckily they did. Let's wait for the time here.
Last year they were third place in autocross, so they had a podium spot there. I think they brought a lot of upgrades to the car, and we'll see about their final run.
Yeah, the timing seems to be off there. That might also be the reason why we can't get the next car on track yet. Karlsruhe still at the starting line. Green flag hasn't been waved. And this is exactly what I mean with uncertainties. You know, you see that queue super long there. And yeah, things like these can happen. Issues with the timekeeping, DNF on the track, costing everybody time, and just pushing us closer to the end of the session. Karlsruhe now on their way for their second one, 1:12, the time to beat. Yeah, let's see what Karlsruhe can do here. Milan, meanwhile, waiting for the go. What the officials are waiting here is for the cars to pass the tight corner where the cars are almost touching each other, or the track is really close to each other. So the car first on track has to clear that section until the next one can be released onto the track. Karlsruhe almost spinning there, taking plenty of cones, unfortunately. It's at least 3 cones. 6 seconds added to the time. So obviously needing to reset up the track until the Milan can be released. And off they go. Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't see the first time from Milan. I'm not 100% sure what the timing did there. Karlsruhe with a 1:14 in the meantime did improve, but then again they hit a couple goals there. 1:12, still a really good time for their first attempt. Milan on their way down the hill, and also Formula SAE team Weingarten at the beginning of the starting wheel.
Yeah, Milan are looking very fast here through the section. Also couldn't see any cones. Weingarten is off the line as fast as you would expect from the one of the top teams in acceleration.
Second place, Christian, second place in acceleration.
Absolutely on race. That looked so quick. 1:07.7 is the time to beat. Oh, and they increase the time. 1:05.6, that provisional P2.
Crazy.
Congratulations, insane lap.
Yeah, congratulations, perfect timing in the lap and beautifully executed by the driver.
Yeah, taking P2 here. And we need to keep in mind, Pioneo currently P3. They definitely took a cone in their quickest lap.
Wait, I think the revolve from Trondheim had 1 cone as well. So this could mean that Milano is actually our #1 competitor here.
Yeah, I didn't see that one, unfortunately. So I wouldn't make any assumptions. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
And also,
for EV still out for grabs.
that's true, and also one car we haven't seen so far, in a clean run actually, which had 2 spins, is the car from Aachen.
Hamburg in the meantime, pushing a cone away. Thomas and Weingarten, 1:14.5.
And the car looks very, very slow on the downhill section. This doesn't look good.
The car's running again, and we are approaching the end of the session. With being so close to 18 o'clock, it's in the hand of the officials who can run or who can't. So it's up to the officials to decide on how to handle the queue.
Yeah, that's right. We are just on our way to find out what's happening with the queue, because it's obviously very long. While okay, they got going again, but it seems to be an issue that is reoccurring. This doesn't give you much confidence for the next run also, right? I mean, when you're in this kind of state, it can happen anytime.
Yeah, exactly. There was another stop. So maybe an issue with the motor controllers or the ECU, because it does not affect the high voltage system. Maybe they can tell us that.
And Weingarten now on their last run. And I think Hamburg doesn't really have a chance. They historically need to go and hope for the best in the next run. But we will see what the team decides.
Yeah, time's running out. You can just hope now. Weingarten looks quick.
And we actually see the Hamburg car not really deciding if they want to do a second or...
Okay, seems like they're leaving the queue for the post-inspection area.
Yeah, got the confirmation from the team. They're now leaving and see if they can fix the issue. Weingarten looking quick, last two corners.
Finish line. I think you can see the acceleration, you can see the skip the performance. I think they just built an overall car that can actually deliver really good on this track.
And it's a 1.103. So the best time of the day.
Yeah, and I love how all of the drivers passing the stage are looking on the screen for their own lap times. Usually they don't get to see it because we're a few seconds delayed, but everyone's just wanting to know their own lap times. Oh, and I think this is one of the cars that have not done a run. Urgent from Belgium. So great that they made it, and we'll see how they perform.
Yeah, in the meantime, you see also clouds coming up here. Sun is not directly on the track anymore.
No information yet. The session will get extended or not.
Okay, so they're taking that careful, and to the start line, we have car number E30, TU Berlin.
This is actually their first run of the day in autocross.
Yeah, they were fighting with issues between the first dynamics and now. Also got disqualified in their second acceleration attempt earlier this morning.
Yeah, they needed to definitely fix some things, and they were actually able to do it, which is great to see. And they got the green flag.
Off they go. We're hearing a lot of cheers, either from the head guys or the podium guys, because both of those cars could not yet finish a run, and therefore probably could make use of their priority queuing. I think Berlin touched the cone there. I don't know if it's out of the bounding box and does count as a cone.
But he's super tight during that. Man, this looks good.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke to him at the very beginning of the stream. He's been here before with the team. He knows the track. Doesn't need many attempts here, and I expect the second run to go even faster. Unigen posting 140 in the first run and then pulling out.
Yeah, also through this section, good racing line there. Now on the brakes, last two corners.
And over the finish line, you hear the cheering of the team members.
108.9. What a time just at the end of the session. The team definitely sounding super relieved there on the other side.
That's a very good time. If you can improve that by roughly 2 seconds, he's right there in the mix. Yeah, looking super good up the hill, through the slalom.
Great hairpin there, maybe a little light on the exit.
So now let's see how he does down the hill. Needs much confidence in the car.
Seems like there was one cone not on the spot where it was supposed to be, but it seemed like it was there before already, and he absolutely made use of that, rightfully so. I really hope the organizers don't account that cone to him then.
Also slingshot, super nicely done.
And I think we're seeing the only rear-wheel drive car here in the top 10. So what the car is lacking with acceleration, it makes up with cornering.
Johnny Graz Racing also now at the starting line again.
And Johnny Racing.
We have him over the line. 107.3. 8th position here, ahead of running still, just behind Talon. At the very, very end of the session. That is incredible timing.
Yeah, super. Very, very good. Like, well done by the team. Very exciting.
And now Joachim Graz. We've seen them posting the fastest time in between before Trondheim went. Unfortunately, there was a cone in there. Let's see if their second driver can keep it up.
Jan's heartbeat is absolutely pumping. It's the end of the session approaching. It's so late. I think it's all the pressure on him now to deliver a time. They want to fight for the win, and it's all on him now.
Yeah, I think this is the highest heartbeat we've seen so far.
Team cheering is on him on. Hold line. .7
Wow.
in his first run.
With that, he's matching basically the time from the first driver in the second run.
Off he goes to the second run. Heart rate still above 180.
Okay, and we have one official here with us. We have an announcement about the queue and how we want to deal with the cars in there.
Hello. I am talking to you from the side of the Dynamics team. We decided not to elongate the autocross, and there are a few reasons for it. We didn't have any big delays. We didn't have any problems with the weather or anything, and everybody had the same chance to compete. And we have a very long queue for the second runs. However, there are 0 cars in the first line, so everybody had the chance. And right now, if we did continue, then we wouldn't be able to have all the cars go again, and therefore, where is the line? So we decided that it is only fair that we...
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you there, but we just saw the fastest time of the day being posted. Joachim Graz Racing in their final run. The heart rate is recording 196.
Yeah, this is absolutely amazing.
So that was last minute. I hope you understand. It wasn't an easy decision. We thought about many others, but this is it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that update here.
Thank you.
So not much longer to go in the session. One of the last cars that we've got running here is E9. Aachen just on time again.
Well, what a finish to this session. This is amazing.
Congratulations to the driver. But as we know, the Aachen car in Formula SAE in Austria has already been able to get a last-minute win there. So maybe they're up to the challenge to recreate this scenario here. We're highly excited.
Yeah, this is absolutely a fantastic finish. I think we couldn't imagine something, better at the moment. It's Aachen at the starting line. In the meantime, Johanneum is in post-scrutineering and the driver seems to be very, very happy. But this doesn't really look good for the Aachen car, unfortunately.
Pushbar back in the car, so there might be an issue there.
Oh man, this would be
a bummer if they had to really remove the car there.
Yeah, question here from Egor in the chat. We mentioned this earlier in the early dynamics already. So the officials decided to get every car that has done the pre-inspection before starting the run, before the deadline. And yeah, that just seems like Johaneo was in the mix, same as Aachen, and they were able to benefit on the best track conditions the most here. Aachen seemingly trying to communicate with the officials here. There's still a few teams queuing here. I'm not quite sure who is going to be able to run. Next one after Aachen would be EO7 from CTM, Campus Hero Motorsport. It seems like Aachen has to pull the car out, and that is definitely a huge blow to them.
Yeah, this is not what we wanted to see. Very, very sad. With the first two runs not really being good, to be honest, with 2 spins in both runs. So yeah.
I'm still gutted for Aachen here. Yeah, that's just motorsport, you know. First driver, a little bit above the limit here.
Yeah, I think Stefan already mentioned it earlier. These cars are prototype cars, so there's always the possibility that something can happen. But yeah.
So, we have just been given some information by the officials, and this autocross event is coming to an end. So, nobody anymore is going to be allowed on the track. So, the Graz car was the last one. Aachen did not make it, they couldn't start the car. So, the cars are in post-inspection right now. So, let's hope for the best that they are still rules compliant and can pass all of those checks, because posting the fastest time is one thing, but having your car rules complete and rules compliant at all times is super important. So we hope there's no disqualification in the aftermath of this autocross, and we've seen some very, very exciting runs as this event comes to an end and the queues will be closed.
Yeah, this is quite an exciting end we had today. I mean, the last lap of the day was actually the fastest. And then we had one of the teams also going for P1, actually on the starting line, but couldn't manage it. Man, this was intense.
Yes, they had the potential to actually challenge that time, but they unfortunately couldn't start. And I think we want to have another announcement from the officials.
Yeah, never mind there. No announcement from the officials, so everything stays the way as it is. Yeah, I still can't believe that my heartbeat also went up a little bit at the very end. Crazy to see. Crazy times posted. Lots of teams with only 2 runs in the game.
Yeah, but we should also have an Apple Watch on our wrist. The last 10 minutes. Crazy.
Yeah, but what does that mean for the endurance tomorrow?
That's a very, very good question. I think we will see the Aachen car around maybe a little bit slower cars, obviously, and they will start quite early. Also, track conditions will not be that good, and Johaneo obviously in the best spot for tomorrow.
Yeah, Stefan, do you have anything to add on to that?
I think we had very exciting days. We've seen a lot of competitive cars, and I stand by my words that I said like an hour ago. I don't think that there's a clear favorite for tomorrow's endurance. There's so many promising cars, so many cars with that much potential, and therefore I'm super excited to see tomorrow's endurance race, which probably will part of determining the winner of this Formula SAE Czech competition. So.
Yeah, I'm super stoked about that, and I think also we have to look again at the times. You know, Joneo posted a 63-second time at the very end, completely shattering all our expectations here. So even the driver didn't expect that. We didn't expect that. We expected something around 65 here, and it really came close to what they were achieving last year. And to close off this stream, we will have a quick interview with the driver of the winning or the fastest lap time. We'll see if it's winning after the post-scrutineering. Let's say what he has to say.
Hi and welcome everyone. I'm here with Jan, who just did the fastest time. We saw your heart rate reaching 196. We're about to call the ambulance. How are you feeling?
I think I might need an ambulance now because my heart is racing.
How was the track? We saw the temperature changed very fast. It became more windy. It became suddenly the sun went away.
Yeah, I noticed going uphill the grip was quite high because the wind was coming from the forward direction, so you had a lot more downforce. And the track is so cool. It was the first time for me driving here in Czech, the autocross, and just going up the hill, going down the hill through corkscrew. It's so nice to drive.
Is it? And so, did you have any learnings from the first driver? Did you guys talk after the first run?
Yeah, we talked a bit. He gave me a few valuable informations, so that I should take it a bit more easy on the first run and then attack on the second one, and that's what I did, and I think that turned out quite good.
So when you go on the track, you do it for the first time, and how do you approach it? Because it's completely new, you don't really know the turns. It's, I believe every year it's a bit different, right? And then the second, are you more confident in which ways?
So, of course, autocross is a super hard discipline because you just get the 2 shots and not more. So the track walk is really important, that you remember every turn as good as you can, so you know what's coming up, especially with the hill, because when you go up the hill, you don't really see the cones that are that are coming up in a few meters. And yeah, of course, we had the onboard videos from the first driver, so I looked at them very closely, and that helped a lot.
Very cool. I feel like the hill is a bit giving Spano, isn't it? So, I mean, have you guys been here last year as well? Have you also driven the car last year here?
Yes, I've driven the car here last year, but I drove acceleration and skipped it last year.
And I heard there were some changes in the car design since last year. How are you feeling with that? Is it completely different to drive it now, or?
So yeah, we had quite a lot of changes. The car became much lighter, but like most importantly, we don't have the power ground system with us anymore. So that really helped us last year to get every newton of downforce out of this car. Now we don't have that anymore, but the car is still a rocket ship, and it still produces a lot of downforce when you go fast.
Super nice. I mean, congratulations, guys. It was an amazing run. I won't take any more of your time. Thank you so much, and good luck for the scrutineering afterwards. Thank you guys so much. So we see the line has emptied. If we turn around, there's been so many cars lined up here for, I mean, over an hour, and it might be a bit disappointing for those standing here who wished and who were just about to go run. Maybe we can actually talk to some of them as well. Let's see. Hi, guys. How is it?
It's going good. Fortunately, we didn't get our second run, but I mean, still a little hopeful that they'll extend.
And how was your first run? How did it go?
Went pretty well. Our first driver was able to get in a pretty decent lap, so we're pretty happy with the time that he got. Fortunately, he hit a couple cones, but
happens.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And so for tomorrow, do you have any strategies? Did you learn anything from today that you can use for the race tomorrow for the endurance?
Oh, well, we'll be definitely running a lower power for tomorrow because we won't be able to run as high of a power as we are currently. But I think it's quite different between autocross and endurance how you are running. So there's a lot of things you could learn if you're running the very same configuration, but unfortunately we're not running the same configuration. So, I mean, it's better for the drivers to know at least the majority of the track. They will be changing parts of the track as far as we know for tomorrow, but it'll be nice for the drivers to know at least a little bit of it too. So, yeah.
And what do you take care of personally in the team? What do you do?
I'm head of vehicle controls, so I do the software that runs the car for our torque vectoring and our traction control and such. So
that's amazing. And how was the process of building the car this year?
It was long. We had a lot of setbacks that we had prepared for quite a few of them, but there were some that were out of our control. But we managed to get through all of them and still get a car both to FSUK and here. So we're pretty proud of ourselves, and we're honestly just happy that we're here and have a running car. So
that was probably a long trip now to come all the way here?
Oh, for sure. The car, I think, drove 3 days? Yeah, the car drove 3 days in the van and trailer, thanks to some of our faculty, and then all of us flew over here.
So which competitions did you took part in so far?
We came, oh, there's a car behind you, sorry. We came here, and then we also went to FSUK. So we thankfully did pretty well at FSUK because it's our home competition, and then we come out here to be able to see the rest of the really big cars and be able to learn a lot from other cars. So,
which season is it of your guys' team?
We are on our 26th year. So it is our 6th year EV, but 26 years in total. So back in 1999 with a wooden car.
And so far it's going up, right? Doing better by the year?
Better by each year, yeah.
Amazing, well, thank you so much. I mean, we will chase some other drivers, but good luck, hopefully, but let's see. Guys, can I also ask you some questions? Okay, we're gonna head back to the stage now.
Yeah, thank you, Zuza, there for the interviews with the winning car from Autocross here. Of course, we wouldn't forget their time from last year as well. You know, they've won the Autocross now twice in a row here. Super impressive feat.
Yeah, I still can't believe it. Last lap of the day, last run, absolutely amazing. I'm still, yeah, as we already mentioned, my heart is also beating.
Yeah, I think another thing to mention here is that we saw a lot of drivers with quite a few difficulties on track.
So yeah, especially the corner exit of that slingshot corner. I think this was an issue for a lot of drivers who lost control there. I know that there are some adjustments for the track for the endurance race tomorrow. Do you think this will be a problem, Christian?
I mean, yes, I definitely think so, because it's just a technical corner. It's a very, very technical corner. We have seen a lot of trouble today, especially in this area. We also saw a lot of trouble here right in the beginning in front of the slalom with 2 cars actually hitting the grass today. So yeah, I mean, on the pro side, the drivers actually, they have experience now, they have seen the track, they have seen the conditions, but still, what remains is the corner is extremely difficult.
Yeah, you mentioned it, Christian. There will be some adjustment made on the track, and especially that slingshot corner. I think a lot of people will be happy about that. I personally didn't see it last year. I think it's one of the parts of the track that they nerve quite a lot if the endurance track is the same as well. So I think quite a few drivers will be happy there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if they make it a little bit kind of easier, that you can also get through the kilometers there, would be, I think, definitely beneficial for the teams.
Yeah. I think the uphill section will look a little bit different. At least it looked last year a little bit different from the autocross to the endurance. So we are not entirely sure on how this track is going to be laid out, but there will be a track walk tomorrow in the morning, so every driver can get familiar with the track, just walking around it, learning it. Who do you think will be one of your favorite candidates going into tomorrow? Who did impress you today the most? And who do you think to win this endurance race tomorrow? Which, of course, we know is going to be probably very, very close.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. We've been talking about this the entire time. The teams are super, super close to each other here. So just getting the best result in the end will depend on small mistakes or small advantages in the end, also depend on the statics. And one thing that comes into factor today, tomorrow, is not just the speed, but also the efficiency discipline.
Yeah, you're totally right. This is something we couldn't see so far, efficiency. Always an unknown. Of course, we can look at the results from past competitions, but also there, a lot of teams, for them, it's the first one here. Like, so we can't have any expectations, I think, on this one. We will definitely do our research. But yeah, in general, I think tomorrow, to answer your question, Stefan, for me personally, I think it's very, very difficult to answer. Of course, we know that. We repeated that now multiple times. But still, I think one of the biggest surprises will be the Aachen car. They will definitely run within, I think, slower cars, definitely, because what we've seen so far, they are extremely good up the hill. Also, the other sections look very good. Unfortunately, driver had 2 spins. So I'm looking forward to also see them.
Yeah, 100%. And to get some more insight now, we got Sousa in the paddock with a couple more voices for you. In a minute.
Tommy from the temporary team who did the fastest time in skid pad yesterday. How are you guys feeling so far?
We are feeling quite a mixed emotions currently. We had a pretty good skid pad run in the morning, yes, but our other dynamic events haven't been that well. Our acceleration was far off, and now we couldn't compete in the autocross at all because of electrical issues. But we'll see how it goes tomorrow in the endurance.
Do you think you're going to be able to fix it for tomorrow?
I really hope that. I really hope that. Well, it's always a mystery on the electrical side for me, but I trust the team.
Trust the team to fix it. Have you guys been to any other editions so far this year?
We've been to FSCZ.
Okay, and did you have similar issues there? Is it something that you worked on in between the competitions?
Yeah, we had a lot of issues there on the dynamic side. We didn't compete in the dynamic events at all. We passed the scrutinies, but we noticed some problems with the car that we wanted to fix during the spare week between FSA and FSCZ. But on the statics side, it went pretty decent.
How about the other events in the competition? Business plan and engineering design?
We were hoping finals, but 5th on cost and engineering design ain't that bad either.
That's super good, congratulations. And so for tomorrow, any strategies, any plans or anything you guys still want to achieve, even to see the car run and maybe get disqualified at the end? Hopefully not, but I know sometimes it's just seeing the car on the track is rewarding enough.
For us, it's rewarding if the car makes it to the end of endurance, and it has some kind of like good pace and everything, and we don't get too many penalties. Yeah, those are the goals, I think.
What do you do personally in the team? Like, which part do you work on?
I work on driver interface and ergonomics, and I also drive.
You also drive. Have you been driven? Have you done the skid pad yourself?
Yeah, I did the skid pad.
You did the fastest skid pad, and you didn't tell me. Oh, how dare you? So, how is the skid pad? I know it's a fairly straightforward 8, not so straightforward. But how is it for you as a driver?
I don't know how to describe it that well. Yeah, it's just an 8 that needs to be driven as fast as I could. But yeah, it's kind of it's weird to drive because it was just like feeling the G-force for once for other circuit and then the other side. So it's I think I like the skid pad event myself.
Were you also supposed to drive the autocross today?
No, I'll be driving the endurance tomorrow if we get the car fixed.
And how is the difference between preparing for a skid pad and preparing for endurance?
Well, preparing for skid pad is pretty straightforward. We know the track, what it needs, but yeah, every time endurance is different. Depends on which competitions you go. Like just the footage from the track drive, from just like watching old clips from like previous years, and just like trying to remember all the corners of the track. It's a lot more preparation to the endurance than it is for skid pad.
Well, thank you so much. I won't take any of your precious time to fix it and prepare for tomorrow. Hopefully see you tomorrow on the track and going back to the studio. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Zuza, for that interesting interview with Tampere. A little bit of a blow for them as well. You know, just winning the skid pad here, being in a really good position, but then not being able to start the autocross in the end. But yeah, super excited to see what they can do tomorrow, along with all the other teams. So again, there's 68 teams here. Not all of them passed technical inspection. A lot of track action, nevertheless, will be on tomorrow. We will see multiple cars on track starting at 9 a.m.
Yeah, and I think that's basically a good summary. And we wish you to have a nice evening and see you tomorrow.